Good evening, and welcome. I'm the Crown DM, and welcome to episode 23 of Cometh the Fall, In Search of Knowledge. Hello, everybody. Hello, Zebus, Prostar, Octal, Chris, AA Killer, Guido. I hope you all are having a good night. I'm sorry that you're feeling sick, Chris. I hope that you feel better. Feel free to just listen and enjoy. Hello, Edtastic, Nuclear Winter, Wolfmaster. How are all of you fine folks doing this oh so lovely Friday? I'm excited that I get to play Dungeons and Dragons with my friends. And I am incredibly glad to have you all here with me. Hello, Dragon God. Oh, two bits of news. One, my Pop Boy commission just got finished. So expect to see Pop Boys fully functioning in the world of ADAS. I will eventually be writing up a stat block and character sheet for them. Two, I'm talking to the same artist who finished the commission, and I am now talking with them about the prospect of emotes being made for Twitch. So, two things so far. Aside from that, everything continues as normal. Indeed. It's been long enough. I should get some goddamn emotes. As well as some badge icons. I want you guys to have some nice crowns to your name. Hey, Barnabas. How's it going? So, today's session. Depending on the way in which the party navigates their current situation, which is searching for knowledge pertaining to the terror of the Southlands, our current overarching local BBEG. This will depend on where it puts our party today. Either they'll be out exploring the worlds, or they'll be set talking and sort of navigating more of the social circles here within Elion's tier, which is the town that our players currently occupy. Welcome back, Chris. Hopefully that OJ will help you. We're going to give our players a few moments to get themselves situated, get their drinks, bathroom breaks, snacks, what have you. And then we're going to hop on over and then get introduced to our players, a little bit about them, and then a recount of what happened last week. Jesus, that's actually super generous of you, Guido. Insanely generous. That'll absolutely go towards the emotes. So thank you very much. Hello, Ace. Hopefully you're having a good afternoon. Or a good evening, rather. It's not afternoon. Jesus. Perfect. We're just giving our players a few moments to get themselves situated, then we'll hop on over. Get right into the game. Just vibing as per usual. How are you doing? I'm doing better, Ace. I'm getting to enjoy some D&D with my friends, and I get to hang out with all of you. So, a much better day. Now then, I believe it's sufficient enough time for our players to have gotten themselves situated. Snacks, drinks. Don't forget, chat, to hydrate, stretch, all of that fun stuff. And let's go get introduced to our players, shall we? Good evening.
Hello. Hi.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
Hi.
How's everybody this evening?
Doing well.
Not too bad.
Staying alive.
Good.
All have abandoned me.
Abandoned you?
Yeah, I'm alone in the house right now.
Oh, nice.
It's time.
Now you get the dogs all to yourself.
No random thumping or vacuuming in the middle of the night.
True.
But you
Just-
kick them out. Did you say
this.
there's D&D time? So it's over. Everybody has to go.
Yeah,
If only that worked.
true. They're already
Ooh.
planning on getting a new house and moving out, leaving me in the basement.
Sorry,
I'll just go
roommates.
upstairs one day and there'll be no one there.
Just bereft of furniture. The fridge is just gone.
No,
Where am I?
there's a new occupant there. They didn't even know of your existence.
You've been in your room for like a week. Go upstairs. There's nothing.
It's just
Baseline apartment.
not even. It's all just like the wooden foundation.
Holy shit! They took
Took
They
everything.
took the fridge, the countertops, all gone.
Took it down to the studs, boys. Holy shit.
It's just this construction worker looking at me while they demolish the house. You still live here?
Are you lost?
What the hell? You feel the dust falling on your head.
It's like
look up
Fallout.
And it's a drill. There's a jackhammer going through your room.
Yo, vacuum pretty loud, I say as I continue playing.
Well, good evening. Welcome to episode 23 of Cometh the Fall, In Search of Knowledge. We're going to do what we always do every week. We're going to get introduced to all of you lovely people, and then we're going to get a recount. So, Alaric, why don't you introduce your character, please?
Hi, everybody. I play Alaric of House Crevane. It is a noble household which hails from the unforgiving promontories of Karim and the stern steppes of its mainland. Karim, an alpine home to many a stout tribe of steppe elves. Tribes bound together by oaths of favor and worship to the many-faced pantheon of the gods. Their people made tall and stout by the continuous test of their island home that is ever sieged by its simple nearness to the dread shrine. While some domains have grown complacent with the golden years of peace, Karim knows today the same hardship that it did in the day of its founding, and it shows through its blunt and robust people, Alaric being no different. He is a paladin to Shelier, and due to his mixed heritage, known notoriously as a half-elf.
Thank you. Kellen.
I play Callan Aldane, a variant human ranger, member of the Grey Watch, in, I guess, following Alaric's lead, raised in and around the forest area of Nelinor, mostly populated by elves and their kin and the half-elves who've chosen to live as elves, like his father. And much to his confusion growing up, not being a half-elf, unlike his father, which is what he expected. He has only recently found out the reason for that, and being a descendant of the humans of the First Age. mostly on his mother's side, who is the one responsible, that he has many questions for. But until then, meanwhile, helping the rest of his party make it through their various trials in their attempt to reach their various destinations and homes and reconnect with the people that they need to speak to. Currently, working on dealing with the terror of the Southlands.
And what are the name? What's the name of the people that you're descended from?
The Arharani people were the survivors of the Thorians, who were there when their home island continent was destroyed in the First Age. So the Arharani are the survivors, the descendants of that.
Thank you. Marana.
Yes, I play Moran Lordia, level 3 Dampier Rogue, also known as a half-vampire, colloquially, due to her affliction. Morana hails from the distant northern province of Vinheim, from a settlement known as Malgrove, which stands as the bulwark between the dragon sorcerers of Vinheim and the horrors that lurk from within the Grimwald. A prestigious line of defenders and monster hunters, Morana looks to fall in line with her family's legacy, regardless of her father's wants or desires that she be excluded from that. This terror of the Southlands has proven to be a worthwhile endeavor for her first real hunt.
Thank you. Sabine.
All right. Sorry, I'm having issues with my notes here. I play Sabine Lillian Rousset, female ASMR Dame of the Order of the Rose Devotion Paladin of Sariel. Sorry, I'm coughing and my notes are being weird.
Take your time.
There we go. She was born and raised in Katarina. She was sent to the Order at the age of 8 after being separated from her twin brother and younger sister due to parental concerns about her brother's focus. Currently residing in Elion's Tier, I hope to help those I can while I am here, establish and blossom their relationships, and who knows? Maybe I'll be sent on another mission while I'm here. But what I do know is I do need to get back in contact with my parents and or my brother to get a little bit more information regarding current concerns.
Thank you. Siluro.
Hello. Greetings. I am Siluriel von Ashford, Ward of House Ashford, the Sworn Blades. I am a level 3 high elf fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. I endeavor to seek the truth of the hidden malicious rot that seems to be making its way through my family. And I will stop at nothing to find the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Yuria.
I play Yuria of Shademore, the heir of Shademore, and a very far foreigner to the lands of Tyros. I have joined my party since our escapades in Haynes Keep, finding my way here in Elion's Tier, both in pursuit of my people's heritage, their lost history, and to find the answers of my own heritage and origins, with things like the Daughter of the Moon and the whispers of my sword calling into question what is happening at the moment. hopefully, with time, I can gain further allies beyond the party, and perhaps some answers when I reach Duskbrand's acquaintance and friend, Moonborn.
Thank you. Who recounted last week?
I believe that was me.
Kalen?
It was you.
Kellen. Please make
It
some
was a
major
count.
recount.
Did it? I think of who had the best perspective. I kind of want to nominate Yuri, but I feel like we do that a lot. Yuri had a pretty good perspective last.
She also picked you.
That's true. That's kind of like a tag back, isn't it?
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Which you cannot do.
Which I cannot do, and I wouldn't because that would be rude. Are you feeling up for it, Marana? You had a pretty good perspective as well.
Sitting there in your tree.
Sitting there in a tree.
Well, you got in before a lot of people did.
Mm.
Then you have the whole Monster Hunter perspective as well.
Just got a point.
I don't
Yeah,
If she
need
doesn't want
I
to
don't
do
need
it,
a
I can
major
volunteer.
recount. I just need the key points.
I mean, if you want to take it, Alaric,
Sure.
just
we'll
because
do it.
I have a lot of notes.
Yeah. All right, Alaric, you go for it, bud.
All right. When we start. All right, we were in the tree line. Okay. My day begun nestled in a nearby thicket by the Kingsman. Not that I'm fond of waiting, no. Alaric Cravain possesses infinite patience and a keen mind for perceptiveness. It was just that this particular morning I had woken up with the humors of an impatient toddler. That is why the moment we settled down was the moment I procured out my cards and began to lay out a hand as to play solitaire. Little did I know, however, that in Silmaril I had found a kindred spirit, and rather than play by myself, we instead waited together, playing cards, having challenges of lazy war. Once again, much last time, she won. Well, she didn't win. She only had the upper hand most of the game. We would have seen it through to the end hadn't the rest come back after a long while of conversation to fetch us. Them and one of the dragon dramatic scale, named Barrage, seemed like a good fellow at a glance, just didn't speak much. Don't think he had quite the weapon on him, quite the scar, both large, one on his hand and the other on his neck. And so was he too, big. Not too surprising. The only folk I've come to find are able to surpass me in height tend to be half-dragon, or the monster hunter giants from the Mage City. What is important is that I am wider. Kellen, after introducing us to him, explained with some of Julia's sensible help that the task at hand was to meet the bandits and their leader. Great. An ambush. And my mind cautioned me to refuse, but I have never backed down from anything. I will not start now. That is not how legends are born. Besides, I wanted to meet the little upstart, turncoat. See him with my own eyes. Hear his rhetoric. I figure it all be fakeful gallivant, that he be nothing more than a hoard of promises unkept, lies. But much to my surprise, after climbing up to their encampment, meeting him and his group face to face, in reality what I felt was a strange air of honesty coming from this folk, the humbling kind. They all gave me this feeling that they were all too tired from trekking the woods and traveling the Southlands for so long without a home. I got the sense that they were all very comfortable in those ruins, that perhaps they could even make a home of it if they're left alone. And I cannot blame them. The rumors of Elon Steer being left alone by taxpayers and even trading caravans is one too juicy to pass by. It means isolation, which to these men means safety. It means staying out of the local duke's case, local authorities. That is why, I think, after getting to know these women and men, after rousing them into brotherhood once I came to find their cause fair with help and assistance of my friends, he finally tasked us with hunting down the beast on his behalf, the one we've been hearing of for the past few weeks. That he doesn't want to leave, doesn't want to risk leaving out more hints of his immense presence, I do not fault him for. That, and I think his promise of hunting the cultists of Tiamat wasn't entirely false. I do believe there's such thing as having too much in one split. So perhaps this way we're splitting the servants and ensuring that there's enough bellies to stomach it all down, sensibly. With some shaking of hands, some off-handed agreements, and Sabine's unnecessary iterations out of the way, we took off from camp and took a heading back to the township proper. It was at this point that, me being previously unaware, it was pointed out to me by Yuria that Siluril was potentially hurt after all that transpired, after all that was said of her home, of Ashford. I didn't understand her pains. To see the moral decay of her family ought to compel her into righting wrongs, be it through their honor, deeds. And if she didn't feel the need to defend said honor when the time was, then it only means she agrees, no? I suppose that wouldn't make it any less hurtful, or perhaps things are different here in the South. Or a third, less sensible option. Perhaps I am in as emotionally bound as a puddle. Whatever the truth is, it is not my case. I only serve to anger Silary lately, all. Once we made it home, after some talk in the lobby and getting Geralt's attention, we took to the back of the kitchen and spoke on all that transpired. Here, I endeavored to confront barkeep Truth, Mayor, as it seemed the Princess of Ashford had disappeared to her own room, leaving it up to me. Upon revealing it, Geralt's status as a former champion, as a retiree, so to speak, he wasn't even faced. While I did notice a slight twitch to Guinevere's brow, there was an honesty to the suddenly sullen and hesitant demeanor of her husband. He went on to explain the story of why he left behind the life of a champion, citing that in a moment of rage and desperation he struck an unnecessarily lethal blow in an entirely non-lethal duel, murdering a young debutante who sought his title. The act was nothing more than formal, I'm sure. Geralt had begun reaching an older age. His legacy was written in stone and his life of accomplishments was already legend. It only made sense to pass on the title to the younger generations. Let them forge their own tale to tell. Pride, however, and a warrior's heart is wild and tame. Pushed to the limit, it will lash out, sometimes to a little extent. I do not blame him. I know what it is to refuse to give up, even when the fall is cushioned by honorable intent. After all, a life of hardship may teach many things, but never to surrender. Never. After hearing his story, I understood he wouldn't be helping us. He's a major now. He only picks his axe to teach her to protect, not to harm. Fair. His wife, after he departed, told us that he possesses a friend of his previous life town, a former monster hunter, a slayer of the slayers. Perhaps he'll have the answers for us, answers that we need to even know where to start. But it was already late into the evening, so we retreated to our rooms. Me personally went to take a bath prior to finding rest, and I found Yuria struggling up the stairs with a bucket. I decided to lend her a hand. I filled her tub and went about filling mine. Much to my chagrin, she decided to undress before I do so, and so was forced, after she opened the conversation, of course, to stand there in her unclothed presence. Manners compelled me way, but still I could feel the room's humidity and the strange coldness of her voice creeping at me. It was off-putting, like she wasn't human at all. But her words, well, they weren't as off-putting. Yuria, always a good conversation. We spoke of her home and mine. We shared thoughts on everything that transpired and some opinions of other things. I admit I overspoke. I didn't know how much I wanted to decompress and let some things out regarding my mentor, Rofi. But when I did, the words just stumbled out. The old anger, the resentment. Things I've so long drowned out under alcohol. It's all coming back again. Like an old, bad habit I can't let. Before I could rant out further, a strange noise creaked through the window nearby. Changed and twisted, hollowed out by the window pane, but audible enough for me to feel like I had to see through the window for its source. Yuria joined me in this. Together we saw nothing. Nothing more than a dead bird, at least. It was strange, very foreboding. That didn't stop me from finishing my path. For nations be damned. After that, why, I went to sleep. And it was a good sleep. The upcoming morning, we all agreed to visit the wizard again. It was good that I did sleep. To ask on the nature of the beast. Hunt. Morana and Yuria had, after all, come together to the understanding that the more we know about this thing, the better we'll be for it when it comes to killing it. And so, oddly spry for Morana Lamordia, we set off into the soot-stained trail towards the tower. And together we entered to speak on the matter and spend some time with good old Finn. After we shared some information and asked Mr. Dusprang on my most recent dream, Siluriel had a short conversation. I wasn't there for it. But after we left, and Finn sent us off with little go-backs. Gifts. That is where we left off.
Thank you very much. You find yourself now leaving Mr. Duskbrand's tower. The rain still present, falling harsher now than it had before. That audible cacophony of thunder above, still present, not fading. And as you step out into Elion's tier, where are you all going?
Is this the next morning, correct?
This is after your guys' conversation with Mr. Duskbrand. It is currently about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd of dawn.
Guess we'd be heading back to town to go see the guy who Gerald told us to go see, right?
Reynold Alvear, I believe.
Yeah.
Olvain.
Why is it?
Olvir is Gerald and Guinevere.
Why is it? I might just crash that on my fucking notes here real quick.
You said Alvir in earnest dealings. I have the recording.
The writings of your notes shall not avail.
It's Reynold Olvain. That's what his character sheet says. It's what
Son
the
of a
Elion's
bitch.
tier NPC list says.
It's fine. All the V's can be confusing, so it's fine.
It's
Oh, wait.
Gerald Alvain and Guinevere Alvain.
No, I'm sorry. Apologies.
All right.
Uriel is correct. It is Elvir. Why do I have Olvain?
You mean I was correct? God damn it! Cross my notes.
We
out.
were correct. We,
You
the
were
party,
correct.
were
Yeah.
correct. God was
Correct.
wrong.
God.
God was
Congratulations, you find out I am actually immortal and capable of fault.
correct. I knew it.
Indeed!
Holy fuck!
Indeed!
We'll make sure that even they know that God.
Kill the beast.
Try as you might.
Did you say if it bleeds, we can kill it?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Reynold Olvir.
Yes.
You are also given directions by Gerald. Do any of you
Yeah.
remember them?
Let me look at the map. I believe you said his farm was.
Why'd you have to do that?
Was it there? Is it there or the next one down, I believe?
It's south. It's going west. It's the last one on the south.
Oh, this one? That big boy there south of the chapel?
I believe that's what he said.
No.
That's what my notes say.
What did
Guinevere told you head west, like you're leaving town, and the first farmstead on your right, head there, and then from there you'll find a small a cottage and a small farm.
this boy?
Yeah, I remember she said he didn't have like the biggest tobacco farm.
Okay, well, we're going there.
He had, she said he had a large home, but like a small farm.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, we got a walk ahead of us. So
It is, in fact, a walk.
Everything in this town is a walk.
Congratulations to living in the country.
mm-hmm. Everything's half an hour away at least.
Indeed.
Everybody knows everybody.
This is why we invented cars.
Shh.
I mean, you would see that there are farmers and, farmsteads that have and employ wagons that sort of, but that's mostly for moving their product and everything, or moving tools. But you all are relegated to walking, I'm afraid. But you're getting your steps in, so that's all that matters.
Definitely that cardio that we need.
Yeah, you're right. I need to watch my girlish figure.
Oh my god.
You all are making your way to Mr. Elvier's farm. What else are you guys doing?
Other than walking?
I don't know if you guys had any conversation or...
That's a good point. Does anyone have any conversation?
Ruminating over what she's been told, she's actually kind of fidgety, playing with her braid as she walks. Very quiet.
Marana would kind of sidle up beside her and just lean in. Kappa, for your thoughts?
Oh, being told that you have the potential to become a great evil, or your brother has the potential to be also a great evil, and a lot of responsibility in a little bit of time. When I took my oath, this is not what I was expecting, to be honest.
Marana's brow knits sympathetically for Sabine. I can understand that. If you want to talk about it later, well, you know where I'll be. For what it's worth, I don't know how much that would be. I think you've done a lot of good so far.
I try.
Isn't that what's important? That you try?
You'd like to think so, but a lot of people don't think so. Won't stop me from doing so, though. And she kind of musters herself up and keeps going.
Kellen marching alongside. A lot of people are fools.
That too.
Marana kind of looks between Kellen and Sabine for a moment. Perhaps you two could speak a little bit more later, since it's still quite fresh for both of you.
I don't wish to rain on your parade. By all means.
Oh. That's right. You've been living with something similar, I should say.
Who? Me? Or
No.
who are you talking to?
Marana.
There you go.
Sorry, instructions unclear.
Yes, similar. But I've long since grown accustomed to dealing with that. I understand how it could be learning for it the first time. I don't know how much of a help I could be, or if I have been a help. But again, if you just want to talk, I'm able to listen.
The same can go for me to you. I know that sometimes you're coming out of your shell, I've noticed. And sometimes it's a little daunting. I'm here if you need me.
She doesn't quite know how to take that, so she kind of flashes a brief nod-toothy smile to Sabine and gives her a nod as she readjusts her hood and cloak in the rain and continues stepping along.
Oh, I don't know. I quite look forward to hearing all the tales of Morana Lamordia, expert monster hunter.
She seems to be shrinking into her cloak just a little bit, not as much as she was before.
I mean,
Takes the tip of his bow that's strung across his back and like taps the back of her thighs with it. Straighten up now.
seriously, both of you are avid hunters. I mean, you and Morlings, and apparently you and monsters.
Well, Morling is a bit of a monster in a way, but yes, I can't say that I generally focus on things like this tear of the Southlands, though it's not unheard of for the Grey Watch to deal with such things. But I don't think we make quite the expertise on it that her house must make. So I am eager to see where it goes from there.
Well, I would like to speak to Reynold first. There's much and more I'd like to know about the man.
Are you excited?
Yes, she does look it, doesn't she?
You too.
Oh, a fellow huntsman is always a good time, and I believe Morana might share the same excitement. Yes.
I mean, I don't know if excitement is quite the best word for hunting down a deadly monster that could apparently fell the heroes of old. But
Hmm. You have to be a little excited.
should we fell it? She straightens up. I think I might be inclined to at least say I'm a little bit proud of the fact.
There she is.
She kind of wrinkles her nose at Kellen for a moment.
He just flashes
Like-
her that scar-lipped grin, like he's not
Yeah.
mocking her, but he's just trying to like get her to straighten up and like be proud of herself.
But yeah, she definitely gives him that like little wrinkle of the nose. Like, what the hell does that mean?
By the way, you guys are in charge of the token.
Oh yeah, should
Bup,
probably
bup,
know
bup.
that.
Thank you.
So, going about your conversation, walking through the sort of forming, muddied, and cobblestone streets here in Elion's Tier, you begin to pass through these various sort of buildings and storefronts that are here in the center, in the town square. Number of people already getting ready for today's work, or having already been ready, are sort of setting themselves up and cleaning out their storefronts, of which you all continue to make your way west. past the common store, past the blacksmith, and a number of other stores that are here in Elion's Tier. And if there's nothing else,
there would be after we pass the square. Yuria would saddle up next to Silvio. A wonderful day, is it not?
It's raining, isn't it?
No. She doesn't look at her. She just keeps like her face forward as they're walking.
Oh, well, never mind then. Is there any way you could contact Goldmane? I know he can contact us should he wish it, but he didn't happen to leave a way for us to contact him.
Doubtful. What, do you think I can just squeeze the necklace and he will respond?
Have you tried?
No.
Oh. I only ask because, well, we're in this predicament because of him. You know, it might be helpful if he gave us some information at least regarding this Terra. DM, how long did it take us to get from Goldmane's place to Elion's Tier? Wasn't it like
I believe
4 days?
I believe it was a 3-day trip.
Yeah, okay.
Because you guys screwed up your sleep schedule. You guys slept in his domain during the day. Oh, no, during night. And then traveled sort of during the... No. Slept during the day, traveled during night, and then slept during the day again.
Yeah, that circadian rhythm was all sorts of
Yeah,
fucked up.
it was 2 days of travel, and then you guys arrived at Elion's Tier on the 3rd night. Like, right as everything was closing down.
Yep. Okay. It was only a day for us to get to Morik, though, right?
It wasn't even a day. It was a couple hours heading north.
Gotcha. Yeah. Barring his help, and Yuria's attention moves to the rest of the party, her voice rising to be heard. We might want to take a trip to visit Morik again. If anyone has been around long enough to know about the Terra, it's him.
Suppose it might also be worthwhile to find out what they decided to do with that wayward Kingsman.
We might learn how they dealt with him, yes? She falls silent after that.
Okay. Making your way through the square and passing by one of the larger sort of open fields that are here, you would see that despite it raining, there is a shepherd and his flock, a number of sheep that are out there sort of in the pasture. Walking through and making your way past the first farmstead, you would see smaller plots already being tended to by a number of farm hands, wearing very similar garb, albeit all clad in a very similar cloak to yourselves. Though theirs being much more worn, showing some signs of like spattered mud and sort of some wear and tear on theirs as if being used every day. Of which you make the first right and begin to make your way up into the farmstead.
Here, correct?
And following the small path that branches out from the number of like storage houses and barns that are here. You begin to make your way up to the the more medium-sized cottage that's here. Approaching, the building is 2 stories made of a dark wood with stone sort of cobbled foundation. The windows have their shutters closed, along with the sort of fence line that leads up being about waist high, made of this dark timber. You would see as you approach a figure stood out in the rain. A large tree stump of which the individual is placing a log onto the top of. And you would watch as the axe swings up, held by one hand, and brought down, sort of cleaving the log in half. Figure grunts for a moment, shifting the axe under their arm, picking up another one, and then beginning to swing again. They too are also wearing that sort of dull green cloak with their back to you. As such, you're not able to make out much of their physique or appearance.
So we've gone kind of unnoticed at this point.
If they have noticed you, they're not saying anything.
They're hoping they don't notice us. Which one of us wants to approach first?
It's just kind of like an open plot, more or less, with some like scant fencing.
There is I wouldn't say scant. The fencing goes all the way around. This is a very nice cottage.
I just meant the fence. There it is.
The fencing itself in the front yard is relatively large as well. You just so happen to be relatively close to the figure who is cutting firewood in their yard. Sort of trying to get this firewood cut before it gets soaked through.
Alaric! My good man. You were so eager to chop wood for Geralt. Do you think you might want to help Reno?
Alaric, kind of looking off into the distance, watching the fields and mountains and hills as they flow up and down, looks back, squints at Juria, as though she wasn't as pleasant a sight. Mean to tell me we'll be kindred spirits because we both cut wood?
No, I think helping him would help him get inside faster. And would give him more of a reason to help us. It's also just, the neighborly thing to do.
Juria,
You would
we
hear
don't even know if the man needs help.
You would hear the slam of the axe into the tree trunk as the log gets split. Again, lifting the axe with one hand, sort of tucking it under his arm and placing another log. He's sort of going about this. Now that he can hear you talking, apparently, you would notice that the pace is faster.
Yuria gives a low whistle. I think he's better at it than you, to be honest.
Oof.
What?
Hmm?
Already you can see Alaric working himself up to a fight as he elbows on towards him. He, without even noticing, kind of put his hand on her shoulder, and I guess half of his hand on her shoulder, and push past towards him. Hey!
Are you opening the fence, or?
How high is it? Could he, vault it without issue?
Not vaulting. You could tell that this is also, sort of wild stock fence as well. It's high enough so that, those more proactive animals aren't jumping the fence, but not high enough that a person can't see over.
All right, so it's like a half wall and a bit.
I'd say so.
Yeah, he'd open the fence.
You would hear the final thunk again. Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying. Get away.
I'm selling you a challenge. He plays his hands on sides.
I don't do that either. Go away.
I'm not here to sell you anything. I just wanted to cut wood.
The man turns. Facing you now. You would see a man with fully grayed hair. You would see this sort of well-kept beard that holds to his otherwise very sort of square face. You would see this slicked back gray hair with a number of very prominent scars that sort of rake up from over his right eyebrow into his hairline. And the most prominent thing that you would see is that he is missing his left arm.
Seeing, say limp, Alaric kind of catches himself in like the forcefulness of his steps and looks over his shoulder at Juria with a weirdly apologetic crinkle of a brow.
I'm not accepting challenges, and I'm not accepting whatever you're selling. Be on your way.
Turns back. Yeah, never mind all that. Just a little bit of friends. We're not here to sell you anything. Geralt sent us to speak to our friends, no?
There's a small nod.
We're hunting a beast. We need information on it. Said you're the man for that. I am Rick. Those are my friends. Alaric steps to the side, given ample window, to show the party. Kind of waves him in.
Yuria steps forward. Gives a sort of short bow to the man. We're looking for information regarding the Tower of the Southlands. If you have a minute, we would dearly appreciate whatever you can give us. If you don't, I'm sure Alaric here, she pats Alaric's broad arm, would be willing to help you in exchange.
There is this strange sort of ease that comes to Reynold's face as you all talk. This otherwise very sort of like passive aggressiveness that he had before sort of subsides as he studies each and every one of you. And it's this genuine study. It isn't this like sort of just sweeping glance over you. It's this head to toe examination of your person. Right. That one's Rick. What about the rest of you?
I am Yuria.
I am Cyril. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I am Sabine. She curtsies.
Morana lifts up her hood just a little bit as the large hood kind of overshadowed most of her head and face. My name is Morana. And she tries to curtsy clumsily in the oversized cloak.
Kellen Aldane.
Very well. Come on inside. You watch as he turns and sort of sinks the head of the axe into the trunk.
I don't suppose we could help you get your lumber covered before it gets wet.
If you won't, I won't be crying over it.
Well, you might be shivering if it is too wet to light. Come on, let's help him carry it in.
Can I do an insight check to see how depressed this guy feels?
He's pretty down.
Roll me an insight check. He's certainly not well guarded. It's very plain that the way that he's acting is very much the intention. Like, there's not a facade. There's no gimmick. No glamour. This is just how this man
As
is.
you are.
It just be like that.
You don't think it'd be like that, but it do. Kellen will step forward and start loading firewood into his arms.
Okay. You would see that there's maybe about a dozen logs left to cut. He had already gone through most of them, but judging by the sort of loose strands of hair that hang in his face, the sort of, despite the rain, there's still that sweat that sort of is permeating on the brow. He's been at this probably since early morning, like about when you guys woke up.
Sun up kind of thing.
Yeah. Like, given that he only has one arm, probably takes him much longer to achieve a lot of these chores.
While Kellen transports what firewood's been cut, Alaric is cutting what remains of logs,
He doesn't protest.
finishing.
Approaching, he opens the door and pushes it. You would feel that there's this immediate warmth that sort of filters out from inside of the house, and the very obvious scent of like pipe tobacco. This man smokes a lot,
Like a chimney.
where it's almost like saturated the inside of his home.
That reminds me of my aunt's house. I mean, what?
That's why he's apathetic. This dude's fucking.
Blaze 'em.
DM, what's the state of this cottage, like foyer, like the porch, the grass?
It's as close to being like unkempt as it can be. Like, it's very obvious that most of his day is dedicated to doing chores that should otherwise take very little time. So there are things that go untended to, like the grass, the weeds.
Are there any tools within sight?
Roll me a perception check. Despite its state, there is a shed sort of tucked back beside the house, beside the cottage. The sort of warped wooden door, the sort of rusted handle, where there's just a number of like instruments here that would otherwise be used by multiple farm hands to tend to this place. So a rake, sickle, scythe, things like that.
As the Slayer is entering his home again, and Alaric is offloading another shipment of firewood in Kellen's arms, he'd say very quietly, "I think I'll tend to this man's garden while you're all speaking to him. I'll take care of the rest of the firewood. Don't worry."
Kellen gives him kind of an appraising look for a moment. Huh. You're very kind, Alaric. I won't tell anyone, I promise.
To that,
He's smiling
Yes.
at him.
he grins back a lopsided look. He reaches up to give Kellen a pat on the back,
Yeah.
sets back to cut the wood, what's left of it.
You would see as well, as the rest of the party's filtering into the cottage, you would see, Alaric, out of the corner of your eye, a familiar sight. Imposing, even in the rain, large curled horns. Baron watches you.
Oh,
Your
love that
nemesis, the
ram.
raids.
Oh,
dear.
no.
With a number of sheep inside of this large pen that takes up the back of the fenced sort of clearing here beside the tobacco field, you would see Baron and a number of other sheep just staring.
All right.
Baron is not maidenless, as it turns out.
Knowing that his arch nemesis is staring, every action from Alaric now becomes a flaring of feathers like a bird of prey. Every act is goading, in a sense. You know, kind of like putting his elbows to the sides, like squaring his shoulders. Every time he cuts wood, it's harder than it needs to be. The axe gets embedded in the stump.
You would hear this sort of like deep huff as like the hoofed foot slams into the ground every time you do, sort of digging up as if ready to charge at a moment's notice. While you're doing that, the party filtering inside of this cottage, inside of the sort of main chamber here, this living quarters, you would see the hearth, which is sort of dim, the embers that are resting there. You would see this sort of long, sort of laid half couch almost, with this dark leather-like material on the top, with what you would also notice a blanket and pillow. Like this is where Reynolds sleeps. You would also see amongst the walls a number of trophies. You would see large, sort of monstrous heads that are mounted onto the wall, a number of sort of teeth and spines that are made in designs that are hung up and sort of strung together. You would see what appear to be like orcish weapons. You would see like a hobgoblin glaive that's sort of mounted over the mantle of the fireplace. You would see that there are just a number of trophies and trinkets and things from hunts that reside in this room, as well as a very unkempt desk with a number of open tomes and grimoires, pages that are strewn about, and a sort of half-filled bookshelf with the rest of the books on the desk or near it.
Initially, upon seeing the place kind of encamped, Marana would take off her coat, begin searching cloak, and begin taking a look around to see where she could place it without causing any further mess to his living space. But upon catching glimpse of all the various trophies, some of which I think she'd potentially recognize what creatures they were from, she just kind of stops and takes it in for a moment. Potentially getting bumped into by someone else coming in behind her.
Looking back before he closes the door, he sort of watches Alaric for a moment, sort of taking in your motions, and then sort of sighs as he closes the door. All right. So what are you really doing here?
Oh, I'm...
Gerald sent you to check up on me, did he?
No. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he also wanted us to see how you were doing. Gerald is a kind soul.
Aye. That is.
Kind
what
of
do you need?
shares a look with Yuria.
Shares a look back. You can, after glancing around the room, the very obvious signs of hunting equipment, Uria's look, clearly it sort of encourages you to continue.
Well,
You would watch as he pulls off the cloak and sort of haphazardly drapes it onto this sort of hook that hangs near the door, which is just a repurposed tusk by the looks of it. And as he looks back at you, there is this stark contrast from the rest of his otherwise very normal human looking features to these bright teal eyes.
Huh. Is there an indication of what that might be?
You have no idea.
Is there a thing I could roll to figure that out?
How familiar are you with the Slayers?
How familiar would I be with the Slayers?
You tell me.
As a member of the Grey Watch, I'm sure it's probably heard of them. But probably not as familiar as other people in the party, of course.
Not me, brother.
Knows of them, has probably never seen one up close.
One up close. like
Right.
freaks.
in truth, it is as Rick said. We are hunting a beast, and we would. Well, not much is known about it, and you might be the only other person in Elion's tier with information we can use.
You're hunting a beast.
She nods.
It is more than just a beast. Come forward. How can we expect him to have any answers or to help us? We are hunting the tower.
Another confirming nod.
He raises a brow. You would watch as it's not like it's a very placid sort of expression that he's wearing. Even the motion of raising a brow doesn't appear to be one of like questioning or concern. It's just this sort of like, yeah, sure you are type look to his face as he's rummaging through his own things and producing his pipe. And you would watch this sort of slow motion as he, with the pipe in his mouth, sort of procures this small sort of packet and sort of presses it in, and then sort of pressing his index and his thumb together, sort of holds it over the top of the pipe, and you would watch a small embers begin to form before taking this sort of deep pull and then exhaling. You're not on the terror. Nobody is.
Stacking firewood by the fireplace. Like, you mean to say that you don't believe it exists?
No, it exists. What I'm saying is nobody's hunting it.
Why is that?
Both of his brows raise again. Because if I'm being honest, you'll get yourselves killed. You lot. You're green. New to this whole thing, I assume. Feel free to correct me.
Not as new as you might think for some of us.
Oh, I'm completely new.
Okay. Sabine is new.
Mean or not, it doesn't change circumstances. We are hunting the terror.
It's the first time that expression shows on his face, the sort of narrowing of his eyes. Right. Well, what do you know? Let me hear it.
Frustratingly little. No one can tell us the form that this beast takes, but there are theories abound, if Duskbrand is to be believed.
I don't want to hear that. I want to hear what you know.
Silra would look to Yuria.
De Kelvar, or Kelvar, the Shadow Beast. A creature that has been around since the War of Giants, according to legends. According to Duskbrand's reports, it is potentially an oversized, mutated dire bear with fur as dark as night, able to swallow light. It has been reported that 36 men were sent after it at one point. None have survived, yet there are also contradicting reports that a man did survive, and that that he was saved by a field of marigolds. These reports were never confirmed, as the man was subsequently captured, locked up for being a coward, and died in prison. There are also rumors that it is some sort of shadow-like beast that jumps between shadows. That is not confirmed. You see her think for a moment.
And of course, there is the legend of Sir Gareth Denham. Its strength and rage unmatched by any champion of Tyros.
I know of the boulder. Right. Have a seat. He gestures. There's only really the couch.
Folding up her cloak and just kind of like placing it on her lap to, again, not get this place any more messed up than it currently is. She'll take a very small spot on the sofa, barely creaking under her minuscule weight.
Yuria would politely take one of the ends, helmet on her lap.
When I say this, I mean no disrespect. What monsters have you hunted? Killed any? Taken any trophies? We'll go down the line. You, Yuria.
I've never had the pleasure of the hunt. I've heard stories, and from where I am from, well, I've learned a thing or two. My province is a province of hunters. Have you ever faced a doppelganger, Sir Renham?
There's a nod.
It is, I won't say common, but common enough in Shademore that, well, we have a system for dealing with them. I admit I am new to Tyros, though, so that might throw me off a bit.
In the territorial Weimar, you'll be dealing with doppelgangers. Lots of them like getting past the walls. They also like going to Bogladir if you ever find yourself north.
Sounds like home, she remarks with no real joy in her tone.
Right. You may know about monsters. You hunted any?
She shakes her head. Not personally.
Did all of you give your name, or was it only Yuri and Alaric?
We all gave our names, I believe.
Cool.
At least the first names. I think Kellen was the only one who gave his surname.
And what about you, Silver?
Reports from various game. No, I've never hunted no monsters. Unless you consider the monster of man.
Some do. Right. Sabine, you said you're green. You hunted anything?
No, my training lies in defense, not hunting.
Morana.
Marana kind of straightens up.
We have faced many foul creatures, and I've learned much about them, hailing from Malgrove as I do.
His brow raises slightly. Malgrove.
She gives an affirming nod.
What do you need me for, then? You have a monster hunter with you. You watch as he turns and makes his way back to his desk, sort of plucking up one of the glasses that's there and sort of inspecting it, setting it down.
One that is unfamiliar with the Southlands.
Then begins to pour himself some wine. Monster hunter nonetheless. At least that's what your folks always told me when we come to the gates. Takes a drink. No room for slayers in Malgrove. Isn't that right?
My apologies if my people were less than welcoming. But the Slayers Guild does not avail itself to much trust. That is something I would see changed. After all, our enemies are as common and as bestial, and our challenge is the same. Whereas your lot tends to go for them in their heart, we remain and stand as bulwark against them. The sword and the shield, one would call it.
You watch as he sort of
Is that
slumps himself back into his desk chair, sort of lazily watching people.
It is at this time I need to act as the spear,
Or as the sword.
and I would have your help, Serena.
What are you, Kellen? You hunted any monsters?
You could call it a lifelong passion. Maulings, mostly. Other terrors in the wilds that need putting down. I will say, though, the others have neglected to mention that we did fight harpies and owlbears on our way to Elion's tier.
If they don't consider those hunts, you're still green.
I do.
Inexperienced. No disrespect. And what of the one outside? Rick. Same as all of you. Owlbear, harpies.
I don't think I could speak for his kill score, so to speak, but he has been with us from the beginning. We fought many things to get where we are today, between bad men and other horrors. I don't
He
know.
also speaks to creatures.
He
He
speaks
seems he
to
can hold conversation with them.
It's not uncommon. Plenty of druids out there in Aegis. He and Tiras too, no less. Right. So you killed some harpies. An owlbear. Not as green as I had expected, but still green nonetheless. You wanting to say something, say it. He looks at you, Sabine.
She's mulling over the thought. And you're going to have to forgive me because, again, I lost most of my notes whenever everything shut down. And she'll start describing, being as vague as possible not to point out Lord Hayne. Like, when he was in that nightmare realm, what he looked like and the creatures with him. What are those?
His brow raises at you. Taking another drink.
Jaw tightens a lot as you describe more and more, and you can see her face darken as you give detail to the glimpse of madness.
Does anybody else... How does everybody look when she's explaining the glimpse of madness?
Uncomfortable.
Callum looks angry, almost offended, but not at Sabine, just at that notion.
Yuri looks a little nervous, finger rapping against the top of her helmet. Legs cross. She decidedly looks to like a window towards maybe where, if there is one, towards perhaps where Alric might be doing yard work.
As she's describing it, can I get an insight check to the emotions going across his face if he has any tells?
You can certainly try, because it looks like he has very little. It's a speculative look. It's almost untrusting when you talk about this. There isn't much in the way of emotion, especially with the way this man holds himself. But it's when you're talking about this that there's this faint sort of glimmer as you talk in his eyes. But he shows nothing outward.
What would you account that as? Because, as I said, I am green. But something along those lines.
For what it's worth, it sounds like you killed an aberration. Abyssal, if you're familiar with the term. More than likely a star spawn. But you killed it. That don't sound right. You kill it with that thing. He gestures to your rapier.
No, I didn't kill it. I'm not the one who did the killing blow. But I did knock it across enough to where it not calmed down, but we were able to take care of it appropriately.
And as far as we know. She looks to Sabine with this very, like, what the fuck look.
As far as you know.
The creature or whatever we slayed did not start out that way. He was a man before he turned into whatever he was.
Now,
Accompanied by more things like it. But he most definitely was a man before he turned into it.
he leans forward. Genuine interest shown on his face now. Right. What'd you do with the body?
She would glance out the window, like the shift of her eye. Would glance out the window at Alaric.
There's a hollow laughter that comes from Yuria.
It was buried.
Not before we carved out its heart, though.
We did nothing of the sort.
You are green. Can't kill a star spawn just by burying its corpse. Not even after carving out its heart. You'll need to perform a ritual on the remains. All the remains. Otherwise it goes back to its plane. And you'll see it again.
With that, Sabine's face turns white.
Ain't it just my day? Right.
Fuck. Cyril just like puts her hand on her forehead and rubs her fingers through her hair.
Nothing can ever be easy, can it?
Not when you're hunting beasts. And not when you're hunting monsters. Right. Which of you has the heart? Make it easy enough to track the beast. Find the rest of its remains.
Yes. Which of you has the heart? And she looks up with this just ghoulish smile to Yuria.
Yuria. Deadpan looks back. We had to give it away.
His brows knit together. Gave it away.
Had to. It's like she's not even talking to him anymore. It's clearly at Siluril. We had to. Or we would not have gotten that far in the first place.
Flora clasps her hands together like a clap. And then just like points her palms upward.
Right. You are an interesting lot. Green as you are, and yet you're fighting Starspawn. Fighting harpies, owlbears. You don't know nothing. And you're traveling with somebody from Malgrove. I'm gonna make this easy on you. He brings his hand up and sort of wipes with the back of his hand over his mouth. And you watch as he sort of pulls a drawer in his desk and produces this long card. It has this emblazoned black coloration on the back with what appears to be all around it a singular teal star in the center, of which he draws it, sets one down, sets another one down, and sets a third down, with his only hand pushing the three forward and sort of beginning to move parchment and books out of the way. Right. Not that I don't trust you, but if Jared likes you, I'm not gonna send you to your death. I need to know that you're capable. Get that one inside. He'll need to be here. You have a choice to make.
Yuria on the end would quickly get up, open the door, and whistle for Alaric.
Alaric, who's taken off his armor, is kneeling by a bush, tush up in the air, and seems to be pulling like at vines underneath, like the verge. And he's done quite a bit of it. Like, you can see that more than half of the grass across the porch has already been tended to. He's got a scythe in one hand, and the other is like this piece of cloth he's wound around his palm to better pull the thorns and yank him out. He kind of takes his head out of the ramble and looks back at her. What?
Reynold wants to see what we can do. He's
What?
calling us. Please come inside. With a shirt on,
Wearing a shirt.
eventually.
Which is armor. Was off, but yeah.
Oh. She looks down at like this sweat-covered shirt. I see.
As Yuria is out there calling to Alaric, Reynold has stood up, and you would watch as he's turned his back to you and has gone to a panel on the wall. And you would watch as he grabs at one of the repurposed set of like teeth, these fangs, and sort of pulls them down like a handle to reveal this sort of strange alchemical setup here. A number of vials and strange sort of beakers that are here. And you would watch as he begins to sort of operate it with one hand, sort of pulling out this pestle and mortar and sort of dipping his fingers into this small opened box and sprinkling in this strange sort of dark colored herb and sort of begins grinding it up. And you would watch as sort of grinding it up and setting the pestle and mortar down, his hand comes up and he begins to sort of gesture or gesticulate with his fingers, and you would watch as small runes begin to form in the air around him, this sort of muttering in a language some of you might not understand. Do any of you speak Abyssal?
Not yet, baby.
No.
I don't think that's illegal to take.
Sorry, I speak its opposite.
I don't think you let us. You know the answer.
grinding
Why are you asking?
grinding the this strange concoction down, he would turn back, sort of holding the bowl and making his way back to these 3 cards. And you would watch as sort of drawing this small sort of pinch of this like ground material, he sprinkles it over the card. And you would watch as this orb begins to form, this liquid like viscous material that begins to float above the card. And this one is a deep like royal purple. He sprinkles another one. You would watch as another one forms, and it's this bright teal. And then the other one's this final deep blood red.
You said they were cards?
Correct. Like tarot cards, almost.
Marana is
Well,
watching with
so-
rapt interest.
Zilra.
Solo's just rubbing her brows.
Once everybody's fully inside, he'll sit back down in his chair and gesture to the 3 cards. Right. Pick one.
All right. Yuria goes to touch the purple one.
Each of us must select a card.
No. I don't think you'd be making it back. No, just one for the whole group.
There's a pause right before she touches it. Oh.
It's a contract. A means of dusting his skills. A hunt. And if you're successful, I'll lend you my lexicon pertaining to the terror. Prove to me I'm not sending you out to die. A simple hunt. Bring back part of the creature. Or the whole creature, if you prefer. Just got to pick.
And each of these cards is a different creature.
Correct.
Do the cards give any indication of what is what, or is it just a strange orb over each card?
Only when you touch the card. Touching the card does not signify taking the contract. You have to verbally acknowledge that you are taking the contract. Once you touch the card, you gain a glimpse or a glimmer of some information pertaining to the hunt.
Yuri would touch the purple one.
All right. Touching the purple one. You're sensed with a sensation of dread. There is this bellowing howl of rage that fills the air around you. The strange sort of visions of these crystalline structures that form out of the walls and out of the water. And you would see half broken sort of what appear to be like stone figures or statues, but they're broken and jagged in numerous places. And you would feel multiple sets of eyes on you.
That makes your spine crawl. She quickly recoils, if she's allowed to.
Absolutely.
And you can see her take a moment to take a breath.
It appears the sensation is only there once you touch the card.
Nevertheless, she's flexing her hand.
What was that?
A hint at what we'll be hunting, I can only presume.
And what was the hint on that one?
A
Probably best
raging
to
hound.
touch it for yourself.
Suppose I touch the purple card and get the same thing.
Why don't you roll me a history check, Marana, given your background? Compared to everybody else, I think you're one of those that are capable of learning or discerning something from this.
Not very good, a 12.
Don't count yourself out just yet. What catches your attention is the strange statues or figures that are here. They almost look like they are like carved ornaments, like they would belong on a lawn almost, but they're full-sized. Something about that strikes you as odd.
The statues. Those aren't statues, are they?
He takes a deep pull from his pipe. Is that the one you're taking, or are you looking at the other two?
As well see all options.
Probably best.
An affirmative nod.
But as he's saying that, though that statement is said to everybody, his attention is fixated on you, Marana.
And you said there was a red card and a teal card, yeah?
Correct.
I would like to touch the red one.
Touching the red one fills you with another familiar sensation of dread. There is a low growling and strange, monstrous talking in the common tongue that fills your ear, and the beating of wings. It rants and raves like a lunatic, lamenting its position here as it soars through the sky. Roll me a history check.
14.
Right. Give me a moment. Something about its ability to speak common. Something about the soaring wing, the way that it talked, this sort of monstrous tone that it had. You've heard of creatures that have the capability of speech that are still regarded as monsters, given their aggressive, sort of evil nature. This one sort of strikes out to you. What do you think it is, before I tell you?
I think it might be, I think I've talked about it before. We bought one of them in SOE. Oh god, now the name is leaving me. Manticore.
Correct.
That's a manticore.
There's the subtle raise of the brows and a small nod. Aye. That it is. A particularly nasty one.
Or the non-nasty ones.
Some
Yeah.
that like working for people.
Not the right people, anyway.
There's for the first time, a show of emotion, a smile that takes his face as he gives a nod. Last one.
Marana takes a look around at the group, kind of giving the shall I?
I don't get it.
I think Morana's on a
Hold
roll.
on. I think Kellen and Morana should both touch it. It's not like there's a limit to how many of us can touch them after all.
Good, because I'm not putting my hands on one.
Oh.
Well, Kellen looks at Morana and then gives her like a nod that's perhaps more encouraging than just agreement, and reaches for it but waits for her.
Yep.
And they presses his fingers to it as she does.
You both touch the teal contract, and you are filled with a sense of dread. Ominous chittering noises begin to manifest around you, and seemingly from nowhere, long, thin web begins to hang from your clothing.
Fuck that. Fuck. Nope.
So we're doing that one.
Roll me a history check, Mara.
Rolling.
May I also roll a history here?
Oh, well, that was more so for her Monster Hunter background. That's why I was giving her the history checks.
I'll let her do it.
Did it roll?
Did.
Yes, you rolled a 6. This one,
Oh, no, eludes me.
there
Could
are
be any.
there are a lot of things out there that could be this. Reynolds sort of sits back in his chair. What's up?
With my joint touching, maybe call that an assisted history check.
Jesus, no. This is more so for personal character background stuff. So this would be like potential things that her character would know, given that she is the member of a monster hunting family.
Trying to help her out.
I'm sure she appreciates it.
There's too many to name. Webbing could be from any number of creatures.
Spiders come to mind. Icky things.
Webbing, you said?
She gives a nod.
Chittering sounds.
Yuria goes ahead and touches the teal card for a moment.
Filled with a familiar sense of dread, the chittering begins to fill all around you like you're in a cavern. And then you'd watch as webs begin to sort of form on your clothing. And then as soon as you take your hand away, they fade.
Now, you know my connection with certain people in Shadewar who are
Correct.
closely affiliated with those sorts of noises.
How attentive would Yuri have been to explanations of their history and past?
From the one who protected her, very. Not necessarily, however, because of the history lesson.
I'll let you roll a history check,
All right.
given who your mentor is. And only because of your mentor. That's a spider. And the particular sort of way that it chittered, it almost sounded like it was echoing and moving. This is a phase spider.
Yuria, not the monster hunter in this case, sort of quietly clears her throat, and throat suddenly very dry. She sort of croaks. A phase spider.
He sort of raises a brow at you. That it is.
Since we're all touching cards, I think Kellen will try to see for himself what that first card was, the purple one.
Yeah, the growling that sort of begins to emanate and fill the air, this howl of rage, and this strange sort of crystalline structures that begin to jut out of your vision with these strange half-broken statues that linger around this place and multiple sets of eyes that hold on you.
And I guess I would have no way to know what that is.
I'm going to say, given that your preference is hunting borlings, I'm going to say no. This would be out of your wheelhouse.
Very well.
I have an idea on what it is, but my character background won't let me.
Pulling his hand away, he just kind of like
Where the fuck
shakes
did
his head.
Alaric go?
I think he bounced either because of his internet or because we were describing spiders again.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the latter.
I said chittering. That's it. There are a lot of things that chitter. Momo, when you yell at him, please, to get back in here, for fuck's sake.
I think she was dealing with Zorro real quick. Something about him being a little whiny brat.
I don't actually know that for certain. I'm just guessing.
Jesus. Just have a player bounce.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. I literally warned him the other day that there would be spiders. Potentially.
I mean, it's a phobia, man, you know?
He literally told me that as long as I prefaced it, that I warned him beforehand that it would be fine.
Yeah, because I get to leave in time.
How about you fucking announce when you're gonna leave? So I don't
Didn't wanna
reference your
stop
character and then you're not here.
Well, did you reference my character?
I only just now noticed when I was going to talk to your character.
Well, I'm back, so no harm, no foul, right? Was it a spider? I just need to know.
Yes,
Yes.
100%.
Oh.
But the spider talk is over, so.
Right. What's the choice?
I think we should pass on that one. She points to the purple one. Wasn't quite able to discern what it was.
About it, yes. I would rather not run headlong into something I know nothing about.
Just giving up like that.
Well,
No
you gave
intent
us,
on doing some research of your own.
you gave us 3 options. Perhaps we should pick the one that we perhaps know about from the start. At least we know what we're up against before we do our research.
But didn't he just say it was particularly nasty?
Oh, they're all going to be particularly nasty. That's
Not necessarily. One might be, for all we know, the purple one might not be as nearly as bad.
I'll also inform you, none of these are normal.
well, there you go.
They're not your average specimen.
Not the garden variety.
Out of curiosity, can I touch the purple one?
Sure.
She trepidatiously reaches out her hand and brushes it.
That same crystalline formation, that sort of half broken statues, and the multiple sets of eyes that linger on you.
Can I roll an intelligence check to see if I might have heard about a children's story about a monster like this? Because I have an idea on what it is.
Yeah. Marana has an idea too, and I'll ping you.
I just don't know if the...
I'm going to say you just hold on to that imperfect knowledge.
Fair enough.
Okay. I already messaged you on what I think it is. By the way.
He sort of pours himself some more wine.
Either way, we're going to be in for some variation of surprise.
Marana's eyes kind of linger on the red one for the manticore.
I'm going to ask the important question. Where could we do research on these things that isn't here?
Why would we not want to do it here?
Because it might not be all the information. Of course, we can ask nicely, but if there's other information to be had, would it not benefit us to go in, well prepared and fully aware?
I imagine if anybody is going to have the information that we need, it would be a monster hunter.
You're
You
free
make
to go
assumptions.
ask who else has information. I imagine Duskbrand probably has something in his tower.
Well, regardless, you want us to make a choice, correct?
Aye.
Marana, what is your instinct?
I have more knowledge of the manticore. They've been seen in Malgrove before, slain there, even stewed there.
You eat them?
They can be eaten if prepared properly.
You can harvest a great deal from almost anything I put in front of you. Whichever one you pick, you'll be harvesting it.
There's just kind of a look between Kellen, Yuria, and the others.
How long do we have to choose?
If I tell you 10 minutes, will that speed it up?
Well, it depends. Do you want us to do research, or do you want us to go in with what we know?
I'm gonna let you do research. I'm talking about picking.
Oh.
So I can get
What
the proper
about-
books.
What about the first one? Call it Morana.
I'm sorry?
First one. Mandible.
The crystalline statues?
He's talking about the red one.
Oh,
Right.
the red one. Manticores. They're
Oh,
creatures that are known to have long spines and humanoid faces. But they'll prey on livestock and people alike. and can be particularly cruel.
You said the staple, your home, them?
They can be eaten on occasion, yes, but most people prefer to take the spines.
Well, if farmhands are making stew out of them, then we can probably take it down.
I don't.
She's not a
think-
farmhand.
I don't believe anybody who classify themselves as monster hunters are farmhands with pitchforks. They are professionals.
We'll
No.
have to start somewhere.
Malgrove's a fortress. Protects Vinheim from the Grimwald. I take it you haven't been.
I have not, no.
You'll find farmers there, more capable than any knight.
Sounds like my kind of place.
Well, with things days, most knights aren't very capable at all.
With that, Sabine is glaring at him so bad.
Well, Marana, if your instinct is the manticore, perhaps we should follow that. In the interest of brevity.
All of these creatures existing down here in these Southlands.
That's why I picked them. Wouldn't have you travel all the way north Almenhand to fight a beast and then come back. You're
What
fighting
say
stuff
we
that's
do
a
not
few
take
days.
them all?
All three. You're more than
They are
welcome to it.
here plaguing these people, are they not?
That would have been my follow-up question. Are these all threatening the livelihoods of these people?
So we'll
Depend on
kind of
that.
like her like lids kind of lit a little, like close a little bit as she literally asked the exact question before him.
He was literally agreeing with her. Don't get so offended.
I'm role playing, bro.
Yeah. The Manticore, the Manticore has been terrorizing people for a while. It's particularly cruel, more than normal. The other one, the phase spider, is a little out of the way, but still a threat. This one, he taps the purple card. This one's deadly. Perhaps the worst of them. If you're taking all three, props to you. But not necessary. I only need you to take one.
Perhaps we should cut our teeth on one for now and make a decision on the others later. We do have a bit of a monumental task ahead of us, after all.
There is not going nowhere.
No. We can't stay here forever.
No.
Her hand kind of hovers over the red card, looking to the others.
You all have to be in agreement. Means everybody has to say they're willing to take the rig.
How large is this manticore?
You'll find out.
She looks to Marana.
Marana kind of thinks for a moment.
Juvenile ones can run the size of a pony. Larger ones can be about as broad as 2 draft horses across. It depends on the nature of the specific beast.
Which of the contracts is the most prevalently dangerous to the people of the Southlands.
The one that's the most dangerous to the people in the Southlands is this one. He taps the purple one.
Then that is the one we should take.
It's the one we know the least about.
It's the most dangerous.
Based on casualties or the quality of hunters it has slain?
Probably the nature of the beast itself.
There are a lot of variables that I'll make you aware of if you pick it.
You did say that this manticore has been troubling the people of the Southlands for some time now, terrorizing them and the like.
All of them have. That's why I picked them. They all have a sordid history. Some longer than others. But,
Should we cut our teeth on these and come back for the others? Would that be amenable?
if you wished. Again, you
I want
only
to
need to
pick
hunt
the
the one.
one that affects the people the most right now. That should be the most important.
We need to think about ourselves too, Celarel. If we can't survive the monster, we are saving no one.
If you can't kill any of these, that means you're not capable of hunting the terror. This is a test as much as it is helping the people. These are marks that, slayers, adepts would take. Prove themselves. You all seem a fine fit, capable of protecting the people of the Southlands. And if you're hunting the terror, I need to know that you can do it, and not die. Too many people have died. So pick.
Well, let's vote. I vote purple.
There's kind of a knowing look to Siluro.
Silver nods in agreement.
It is the one we know the least about, much like the Terror. It is good practice for both research and the hunt. We have almost no information on the Terror itself, after all.
A look to Alaric.
Alaric's got this thoughtful look. He's been mulling over an idea, jaw working in silence. What one of you said before about picking all three of the cards, I feel as though if we're going to be walking, bring all three down. I don't fear spiders, and the manticore seems malleable. But I agree. Think we should go for the purple first, if it is the biggest threat.
You're cutting out a lot.
Ooh, do you get the gist of what I said at least?
Yeah. Thankfully, context clues are there, but you are cutting out a lot.
Hopefully I fixed it.
We'll see.
We'll find out.
A look to Sabine.
I'll even sweeten the pot for you. Bring me back parts of it. The things you kill. Your marks. And I'll make you some nice things with them. What I'm able to make. If you don't butcher them, too bad.
What if, rather than butcher them, we put them on a cart and bring the whole carcass intact to you?
I'd be able to pull a great deal from it.
And we're going to need a squat creature and a wagon. We set off.
Aye. You will. If you're taking all three. If you're taking one, might not be that much of a worry. I'm hearing a lot of votes for purple.
I defer to their judgment.
Not in this case.
Well, then, purple. I honestly have no idea. I don't have enough information.
So it was Yuria, Sabine, and Silver voted for purple?
Sounds like it.
And it's Morana, Kellen, and Alaric that need to vote.
I think Elric voted purple.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
Alec voted purple.
Yeah. He's essentially said, sorry for cutting out, is that we could take all three of them and deal with that now that we're going to be out there. But if there's one they should emphasize on, is the purple card. He also said he's not afraid of spiders, unlike me.
Character strengths aren't always player strengths, right? I don't like spiders either. Fuck that shit.
Marana kind of gives a little bit of a defeated sigh. Fine. We'll take the purple one. At least. She gives a look to Kellen.
Kellen is. Let's out a sigh as well. Like, I would have preferred to have cut our teeth on something that I know was probably manageable, but if everyone is so eager to jump into the unknown, then whatever. It is a beast, it can be hunted.
Right.
All right. That's our choice.
Purple it is. You watch as he reaches his hand out, sort of clutching the orb that floats above the card, and you watch as he crushes it. And as he does, this triangle mark forms on the back of everybody's hands, glowing that bright violet purple glow for a moment before settling and fading. The contract is sealed. You're to hunt the Basilisk King. That's where we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Hey, I'm gonna go make noodles.
Ah,
Oh,
yes.
no.
I knew it was a basilisk. Let's go!
So did I. As soon as you described it, but when he said multi-iced, I'm like, did this motherfucker taper down a beholder?
No.
That was my first thought, and I was like, nah, no, we're not gonna do Tarth.
I'm like, is this going to be Tarth 2.0? Is this where Alec or I die?
Whoa,
I
whoa,
mean,
whoa, 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 whoa. Why are
possibly.
you bringing me in this? What? What do you
This
mean?
You're a
is-
paladin. Paladin beholders don't mix.
I'm not a paladin. Stop with that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, but even a paladin in denial is still a paladin. Your fate is sealed. It was nice knowing
Goodbye.
you.
The only reason I knew it was a basilisk is in a previous campaign ran by my husband, he did this huge riddle thing, and we had a TPK to this thing.
I knew it
Gotta
was
say that.
basilisk because of the statues and because I have trauma from Final Fantasy X. Fuck those basilisks.
I return.
Welcome back. What are you doing here? It's not 15 minutes yet.
I went to go take a piss and I came back.
Came too early.
Oh, you guys were thinking Gorgon? That'd
That's
be
what she said.
Medusa. That'd be funny.
It does turn into stone.
It is the basilisk, a manticore, and a phase spider.
It's not a phase, Mom.
All these are pretty terrible.
Oh no, the
What do you
basilisk
mean?
has me terrified because one of the paladins that are in
Yeah.
with Atomic got murdered by one of these.
Which is why he regarded it as the deadliest one.
Are you guys ready to get one shot by a petrification? Let's go.
Everyone was just so eager to take the worst possible option.
I mean,
Me here just like, oh no.
if we die to this, then why waste our time on the terror? You know? If we TPK to a basilisk, then that just means that I get to laugh as DM throws all his maps in the trash can.
Oh, you're funny. Congratulations, you're all a party starting in Elion's tier.
No, you will run a Flagstone campaign. You will make it to level 20. Come hell or high water.
Yeah, the last encounter with the basilisk was like we were hunting. We come across this village of kobolds, and they were all dancing around, covering their eyes as we're going into this cave. Lo and behold, we had no idea what it was, and we all get petrified. It's bad.
Finally, a reason to have darkness. Not because it can't see me, because I don't want to look at it.
Correct.
I blind myself, DM.
You know how that works is you have to look at it for it to get you, or I thought it just looked at you. And
You'll find out, won't you?
I don't know.
That's what the research is for, son.
Dusk brand. Knock, 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 knock.
Please
Like Dusk
leave me
Brand.
the fuck alone. Jesus Christ, I'm making scrolls. Why won't you leave me the fuck alone?
I feel like Dustbrand would just gonna be like, why are you hunting a fucking basilisk? You fucking morons!
I mean,
Get out of my shop!
Or he'll be like, hey, can you bring me back something off of it? I'll pay you.
Well,
Give me that regent.
that's too easy.
So how does the party feel about potential Hain round 2?
what do you mean? I knew it was coming. Smile. I know exactly where Hain is. Marana! Pull out the Hain! I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for her to be like, I need an athletics check. And then DM's like, Hain's in front of you. Everyone sees him. Everyone screams.
Oh, you call upon athletics, huh?
Let's see how you are at running.
I laugh, you laugh, the ghost laughs.
There's a firm pat on your shoulder. It's real. A tangible hand.
When I started to, like, I knew that we had to kind of give him a little bit of a, we have had some. Otherwise, if this thing is as deadly as it has been described, he's not going to help us. So I was describing what I felt was one of the deadliest encounters we had.
Congratulations. You found out something about it.
I'm Googling right now. I research. Smile.
I didn't know if you guys were going to give over the Hain fight or not. I thought you guys were just going to be like Basilisk, Morlings, Owlbears. Because that's effectively only what you guys have fought thus far.
I was
Fought and
you could
killed.
see you could see me because you called it out. You're like, if you're gonna say something, say it. I was fighting myself. I'm like, do I?
Just let everyone know we're escaped convicts, why don't you?
I was trying to figure out how to word it,
Why?
and I didn't say who it was.
Just let everyone know.
They're all
That's
going to
fine.
know eventually. At this rate, yeah. Just wear a sign.
Alan, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Right now, the party has voted for what mark they will be hunting under the former Slayer, Reynold Elvire. He has tasked them with a contract to kill a monster to prove that they are capable of killing monsters. So, and then he will impart upon them knowledge pertaining to the terror of the Southlands.
That's right. We need to find the mark in order to find the mark to repay the mark we lost.
Correct.
Mark that down.
How would you feel about a spin-off show that's just Haynes' ghost messing with the party? Depending on how long Marana would have kept Hayne around, that would have been the case.
Reese summoned his ass, just like, get over here.
Gentlemen, who do you think's been following us this whole time? This is there's no reality show. You're in it. You better start believing in ghost stories, lad.
I am the camera, he says, swinging.
Yeah, all those camera pans, that was Hayne. Cut 2.
Don't like that.
Summon his ass again. Ring a ding ding, get over here.
You see, Roz, in the fashion of adventurers, we, of course, we're winning by choosing the hardest path we possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a pattern. It's actually, I feel like the Sahagin dungeon was like kind of like foreshadowing to this moment where we got 3 paths and we're like, that one!
The hardest one!
The one where we can instantly die. Yes, that one.
Where we fall to our death.
Watch this. And then when we all die, we're going to be like, DM, what the fuck? Why did you make us do that?
I know what I wanted.
Yeah. Well, when all our melees are dead, you can gloat about it.
Bye.
I can smell the PK from here.
Petrification is no frickin' joke. That's a greater restoration spell. And Alaric pissed off the cleric of the city.
Well, I mean, that's assuming that we can move whoever gets petrified, who is now solid rock. Don't you need... Isn't there like a time limit on that too? Like if you don't restore them, like...
No, they're just...
Oh.
Yeah, no,
They're just stone or until they get eaten by the basilisk.
Ah, yes.
However, that could be different.
Yeah.
The reason why all the statues are broken is because he eats them.
No. They were like that when they were frozen. They're all halflings. That's why they're half the height. He only eats little people. Thank God we're all over 5 foot. We might be in danger otherwise.
Crovine, is there a reason that you've called me during my bubble bath?
Starborn is just a sauna.
Crovane, gaze upon my rubber ducky. It goes squeak squeak. Just like your face is going to go squeak squeak, and he grabs him by the head. Ah! Jay! Jesus.
Squeezes him like a stress ball. His eyes bulge out.
See, I told you. I never lie.
How long have you been on break?
I don't know.
Mm.
That's your job.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking got him.
That's your job.
Got him.
Didn't you put on a timer when you said 15-minute break?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I'm holding you all accountable.
Why?
Disadvantage on all saving throws.
Oh.
Now wash my back. God damn. How Lord Hayne just
It's
makes
been-
it fucking awkward.
10 minutes.
You're just sitting there on the John trying to have a nice number 2, you know, and also he just pops up. Why don't you hurry up in there, Crowvane? You're like, Jesus. Could you go away?
What happened to the cake party RP?
Cake party. Oh.
Think that's...
Wrong campaign.
I think that's gonna happen.
There's a cake party RP? What happened?
I think
there?
that's...
I missed
I
something.
think that's what's coming up at the end of SOE. Or at the end of
Fun.
the
Oh,
SOE
the end of-
sessions.
Ooh, can we bring
Cathedral,
back the cake
okay.
is a lie meme? Better years. That's an old meme.
Yeah, it is.
I miss those years.
Do you?
Yes.
Mm,
Nice church bell.
My man's playing Dark Souls 3.
yeah, that's what it is.
Yo, Pontiff,
I feel like if I was playing Dark Souls, I wouldn't be able to focus on literally anything that was happening because I feel like that's a very involved game.
Nah.
I mean,
No,
no, because I streamed
Oh.
it and talked to people while playing it.
oh, well, you're like old hat at Dark Souls too, though. It probably is just like I've memorized these levels. Ha ha ha.
I mean, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. See?
Just wiki it. Smile.
Yeah.
Gargoyle, great. Halberd, trash.
Black Knight Halberd? Based.
Yo, guys, I got this huge armor. It's got a
Huge?
lot of poise.
Fat roll. No, it's not even fat roll. You just take the step forward because you're over encumbered.
Yo, I found giant leggings. Let's go. I'll never get staggered again.
Get whipped to death.
No. Arturius, you bastard. Stop just killing me.
Does the front flip, slams you into the
I
ground.
have 50 figure, you ass.
Does the front flip as you're getting back up.
Stop it.
Just fucking chain comboing you. I've had that motherfucker do that shit 4 times in a row. Like, just. I'm like, let me get up.
What a guy. I feel like that's probably what happened to the boulder. Is that he tried to roll through the bear, but he was fat rolled.
Just kept getting roll caught. Just.
Fuck! Stop it!
It has the same moveset as the Revenant from Elden Ring, so it just.
Stop! It's one of those rune bears.
Fuck.
The rune bears that just constantly slam you to the ground.
Throws its fucking self at you. Shoulder checks you into oblivion.
Stop it!
As you're running away, it's faster than you.
Roll. I keep rolling. Roll. Please, I'm out of stamina. Stop.
Slams its whole body into you.
When does it stop?
How long is your leash? What is this aggro?
And that's how the boulder died.
Correct.
Stacks bleed.
Do you how familiar are you with the NPCs from Elden Ring?
Fairly familiar until you spoil something.
Have you been to the Altus Plateau?
Yes.
Did you fight the magma worm?
The magma worm. Which variation?
The one in the Harpy mines.
Yes. That one that stands up and he's like,
Yeah.
yo.
Hey,
what the
gamer.
fuck? Yeah, that was probably one of the biggest surprises I've had in Elden Ring, because I fought the one that you get Moonveil from, and I'm like, oh my god, he's back. Because I had complained about that first one for 30 minutes about how all it does is
Yep.
vomit everywhere. And I'm like, all right, I know how this works. And about halfway through, he just like stood up like, yo, brother.
There's
I'm like,
a
"What are you
NPC you can summon there called Targoth, and he has like a set of ram armor.
yeah, that's the guy you fucking murder.
Yeah, he fights with the giant crusher.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
But,
him
is
and Havel are the inspiration for
Jesus
for the boulder.
Christ. Yeah, I put that guy's hat on, and it was like heavy equipment.
Yep.
And that's all I had on. I was like,
47
understood.
Miyazaki. What the fuck?
You know what? Fair. I mean, you got to earn that beard, you know?
It is a glorious beard.
I think the only other one is the it looks like Katarinian armor, but like you took
Lionel's armor.
Yeah, but then you took like Raiden from Mortal Kombat and you threw that in there.
Yep.
The pizza.
Is everybody back?
I think Momo's still in the kitchen.
No.
Hey, I'm just letting you know it has been over 15 minutes.
That's why I was asking.
You did put a time.
No, you told me it had been 10 minutes, and I looked and saw that it was
Yeah,
35.
I lied. I didn't know. I just guessed.
No.
It could be a lot.
You son of a bitch.
Next time, put on a fucking timer.
I will.
Little piss baby.
It'll have that really annoying like Apple alarm. Doot, 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 doot. And it'll be like
Wake up.
it has like 3 alarms going at once because Apple hates you.
Nice.
Meanwhile, Android is like serenading you awake.
Bringing me donuts every morning. Yeah, true. Fucking Android life, brother. It's a good life.
It's just really shitty because our camera quality is garbage.
Yeah.
Everything else about the phone is great, except for
Mine
taking
isn't that
pictures.
bad. Mine isn't that bad. I have like the old Google Pixel.
Hmm.
But it's kind of old, so maybe the new one's suck.
I have an old one too. I have a S6,
I don't know what
S7.
those words mean.
It's a Galaxy.
Oh, yeah, I still don't know what those words mean. I don't know shit about phones. I'm gonna let you know right now.
Gotcha. Imagine using the construct of time in 2020. I mean, that is fair. The construct of time was destroyed in 2020 when a whole decade passed in the span of a year.
Is that why I feel like I'm 36?
Correct.
My God.
2020 was insane. A decade's worth of history passed in 1 year. So if
I
you-
think the temporal rift is like slowing down, but not enough.
Not
We're
enough.
still
Guys-
going.
It still
Can you
feel like
guys-
it still feels like 2019.
Don't you
was
guys
a
like
year
living
ago.
in historical periods of time?
No, I'm tired of
love it?
living through historical events. I'm tired of it.
I would like to live in uninteresting times, thank you.
Aren't you glad to see our first war after like a decade? Isn't that
Jesus.
neat?
No.
Isn't that neat?
Woo! Oh, sweet. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
War's back on the menu. Finally.
Momo. She better be making the fucking noodles by hand.
It's like a civilization game. Somebody finally turned on the conquest option.
He's saying that she should be grinding out the noodles
She's fucking
with
like,
like a crank device.
she's rolling out the fucking dough, starting to cut it up and shit
brother.
like that.
Going
Yo.
to Italy to make them there personally, you know.
I actually
Whoa.
had.
She's
Oh.
pulling the herbs from her backyard.
Brother, if somebody ever like makes noodles from scratch, you kiss their feet and wash it. All right, like Hebrew times, because that's a pain in the ass. But goddamn, our homemade noodles good.
They absolutely are. I agree. I'm just saying they take forever.
They do. I went to an Italian restaurant, old Italian restaurant in New Orleans called Impastata, which is about as Italian as you can physically get.
Sounds pretty fucking Italian. not
Oh,
gonna
brother.
lie.
He's got like
sounds pretty
what's it
dope
called?
too. I'd eat there.
impastato.
I'd eat there for sure.
Old Italian guy. He has like he walks around every day with like the he's got like the Super Bowl ring on his finger. He's got pictures of all the famous people that he's met along the way, including like the several of different popes.
Like the big ring on his pinky, so when he points at you, he puts his pinky out too, because the ring's too big not to do that.
Yeah, sure.
You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, wow. Okay, well.
Last I went there, which was a few years ago. Man, I don't even know if they're still open, to be honest. That dude's probably dead. It's been so long. It was definitely mob feelings. Like he's the kind of guy who like goes and says hello to everybody who goes through his restaurant, and then he goes and sits with his other old, definitely not mob affiliated Italian buds in the corner.
The one table that is no
Oh,
one
yeah.
else sits at but them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hey,
Live band
Antonio,
music,
come here, sit down.
live
They
bands that
They
you've
never
never
seem
heard
to
of.
pay for anything either. Things just show up at their table.
Absolutely, friends of the family.
Yeah, it's like, but you know the food there is going to be excellent.
Ooh,
Right.
it was good.
It's absolutely fire. Yeah.
Like, yes, the front for our mob is being run by the one family member that really likes to cook.
Wow. These better be the best fucking noodles ever. Jesus Christ.
Hey, we got the rigatoni.
This better be some gourmet shit she's making.
It's boxed mac and cheese.
It's gonna say it's like
No,
ramen out of
no
a packet.
fucking way. Kraft takes more than 10 minutes to make.
It's Walmart brand.
The longest part is boiling the water.
You know how you like that Velveeta shells or whatever? It's
Yeah.
basically that, but it's
That
like
takes
thin.
10 minutes, 8 minutes.
But she's got to add like the egg and the onion.
You don't put egg in that. What the fuck?
Why not?
I don't know because
You said she was making macaroni?
Oh yeah, it's Velveeta.
Oh, she
Like
wasn't
Velveeta.
making noodles then.
Velveeta shells, right?
Oh my god, these dogs are wrestling on my bed and they're cute.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Pet those dogs immediately.
Willow.
Say hi to everyone.
How cute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Say hi.
Splash Nun. Watched the
Say
Forest
hi.
VOD with Uzu. Said she was a lunar bunny. So here goes a joke to share. Why did the goddess change? Bring rabbits with her to the moon. So she'd have a reason to bring the carrot.
Say hi to chat.
Chunga.
Bingo.
Oh, did I
Totally don't know how to say
butcher
that because it's like chunga, but yeah, I only know it because of spite. Runs off.
Because of spiked?
Smite.
Smite.
Oh.
Willow says hi. Willow left me.
Because she's stupid in that game,
I
Roz.
know.
Yeah, she can really kick your ass. That ridiculous little, like, swoop motion. Hits halfway across the goddamn
Do you
lane.
play Smite? Is that why you know it? Because you play Smite, Marana? She left. She ran.
Yeah. Fucking
Holy
coward.
fuck.
What?
Coward!
Jesus Christ, that was fast as fuck.
90 feet of movement, straight out the door.
How do you talk about monster fucking, but then the moment I bring up Smite, you vanish, literally
'Cause
disappear?
Who do you think plays that game? Game's literally just Mobuba.
She literally did the peace sign and then just vanished. What? What are you mumbling over there? Where is this woman?
Oh.
It's a good question.
Every time.
I don't know.
25 minutes.
It's okay, we can just extend the game by that amount.
Yes, good.
I wish it worked that way.
So, how about them basilisks?
Fuck.
That's my favorite kind of fish, brother. Bass fishing. Let's go.
Just want to have a Geralt moment with this.
That's
Fuck.
what we're hunting, right? Bass. That's what he meant, right?
Yeah, bass fishing.
Yeah.
Pro bass fishing. The
That's
video.
what he
Bring
said,
me
right?
the biggest bass you ever seen.
We
Aye,
gotta
aye.
go to the Bass Pro Pyramid.
It's not like do you have like a size in mind? Nope, there's the biggest you ever seen.
Biggest
Gotta be the biggest though
ever?
that you ever seen.
Shit. Well, I've never seen a bass before.
You just bring them like a 2-incher, like
I got this newt out of the
Victory.
pond.
Throws it. That ain't a bass.
you fucking
I
loser.
got this. I
Throws
grabbed,
against the wall like a
grabbed
Swedish fish
Cylindril's
on the
loot.
movie.
This is a bass, right?
Presents a trout. What the hell you think that? What the hell you think this is?
How are you gonna find terror with that?
Thank you for bringing me my lunch. Now take your actual mark.
Nice try. Try again. Oh fuck.
She's making the cheese by hand. She's in the back.
Aging the cheddar out back.
That's right.
Milk and Zorro.
It costs you $0.
Rage. Anger. Hatred.
Get the bucket.
All of the emotions I feel at this time.
Agreed. Feel nothing but anger and despair at this particular notion that's
You know
been
what?
brought to me unwillingly.
Getting in my car.
Fuck you.
Getting in my car. Pick me up on the way. We gotta fucking tag team this shit.
Oh, man. I didn't realize these monsters gave psychic damage.
Roll Tide. Come here.
I hate this with a burning passion. Send the atom out to get her.
Deploy the probe.
That's how the birdie turned on Yuri in one sentence. Not wrong.
That's all it took.
One fucking utterance and that was over.
In comes the backup character. Hey guys.
Stop, I've been here all along.
The real reason I made a backup character. The inevitable betrayal.
Are we beating up that warlock? Bet.
Finally.
Betrayal. Fucking
I've
more
been
like
beaten.
just desserts. Holy shit.
I didn't say that it was deserved, but it is betrayal.
Betrayal, nonetheless.
Foul tarnished.
I want to play D&D.
Train.
Mm-hmm.
Are you spurred by the flame of ambition?
I'm spurned by the macaroni she's making.
She says she's back, stupid.
It's pretty delicious too.
Oh, so you got macaroni and we didn't? I
She's
see.
back. She's here.
Fuck.
She's probably muted and eating. But she said it in CTF tongues.
Did you come upstairs? You could have asked. You didn't say anything.
I was good. I was just getting my water. I was like,
Welcome back.
That means no.
Mhm.
That means no.
Could have said something. I don't have Discord open currently.
Well, why not?
Because I have to look at
I
three
said
things.
something just now to you. The minute after she posted. Okay.
He never checks DMs, so how could you expect him to see like a message
I mean,
in some random chat?
he checks DMs for me. I don't know what your problem is.
Apparently, I just found out.
yikes.
Standing up. Reynold draws back the two other cards. We'll set these aside if you're still interested in taking them or not. For right now, they're not necessary. Reaching back to the half-filled bookshelf, you watch him sort of thumb across a number of the spines that are there and then pull one out. And he sets it down. And you would see both common script and then another language underneath it. And this is a Slayer lexicon, which he opens it up and begins thumbing through the pages. And as he does, you would see a number of depictions of these strange monsters, some that some of you may be familiar with, others probably not at all, looking completely alien or foreign, of which as he thumbs through them, you can see that it's sorted alphabetically, of which he eventually settles on Basilisk. This rather strange-looking creature. You would see this rotund body with what appears to be like 8 legs. You would see this like numerous spines that protrude off of its back to the elongated sort of bulbous tail that it has. Each of its claws are adorned with these sharpened talons, and its teeth and its mouth are wide set. You would see that the teeth are elongated and gnarled, very sharp. This version of the basilisk that is drawn only has 2 sets of eyes. The one that you had felt, or the one that it talked about having multiple sets of eyes. Right. Basilisk. There are 2 types. There are those that are regarded as venomi, and there are the others that are known as stoni. What you're fighting is a stoni. That mean anything to any of you?
Does it?
Or me a nature check.
I was gonna say, could Marana put 2 and 2 together?
I mean, that's pretty.
It does not. Not with an 11. Sure, you can use your imperfect knowledge, Marana.
Stone Eye. Well, she just kind of mulls it over for a moment and lets him continue, but she has a kind of dark look on her face as she considers it for a moment.
Right.
I think I know.
You think you know, or you know?
The statues. They were strange. Those were people, weren't they?
This particular breed, this basilisk patriarch, likes hunting humans. Well, humanoids. Generally, basilisks, uncaring. They can even be trained. Make them into companions. And generally, they hunt wildlife, animals, other creatures. And the way they go about it is by petrifying them with their gaze, and then eating them. Their teeth and jaws are strong, chew through rock, and just as easily chew through armor if able. This one, though, he bit of a mean streak. He, well, I suppose, how familiar are you with creatures of the world below? The Underdark?
Yuri,
After you.
Yuri's eye sparkles a little bit at the mention. I've heard stories.
Right. Stories. Like?
She sighs. The one who protected me when I was young was a dark elf. He would occasionally tell stories of phase spiders, for instance. Unknown horrors that lurked within the depths that no man should, or some that no man will ever venture down into, where his people are from. He never gave specifics on these creatures. Considered naming them an ill omen. I don't know if that was his people or just him. But there are stories about creatures who... they weren't just deadly, but they could turn your friends against you.
Aye. Generally the way of it. This particular one, this patriarch, possesses telepathic powers akin to an aberration. The way it eats is by luring folk off the roads, posing itself as some wounded girl. Now, basilisks shouldn't be able to do that. And for a while, this one wasn't able to either. Something's changed. Made it different. It's only been in about the last year or so. So something is tampering with these beasts. Changing them. And this one in particular was made deadlier. So what you saw was people lured off the roads by a crying woman. And when they get there, they're met with the eyes of a basilisk, who turns them to stone about halfway, then starts eating them.
Wait, only halfway.
Some of them, aye. It has a sadistic streak, uncommon for beasts like this. It's also guarded by two of its mates. Fiercely loyal and aggressive. You're not fighting it alone. You got two others with it. They're smaller, though. Generally will protect their clutch.
Are they also able to turn people to stone?
That's their whole thing. You make eye contact with it, it'll turn you.
Is there any way to stave off such a thing?
A number of ways. The most common is having killed some before. Using some of its saliva from the glands within its throat It's used to make anti-petrification potions. Tonics. They stave off the effects, at least for a day. Now, the smaller ones can be dealt with a mirror shield. The king, however, whatever's changed him has made him immune to his own gaze. That's how slaves take care of him. It's a mirror shield. Reflects their gaze back at them. They mistake it for another predator, another basilisk encroaching on territory. They'll attempt to petrify it, and in turn, petrify themselves. The king, however, not him. He won't be affected by such tactics.
What about this potion? Can we drink it? Is it safe?
It'll taste like shit. Probably make you throw up. But it should be safe. If you're asking if I have any, the answer is no.
He shakes his head. I truly don't want poison. No offense.
If you start turning to stone, you'll be begging for it. And it's not immediate. It's slow. You begin to feel your legs seize. Your blood run cold. You feel your heart start to slow. You feel an atrophy begin to form on your body. You start losing sensation in your limbs. Your vision starts to blur, and then you begin to slowly turn to stone. From your feet, from your fingers, up until it stops your heart.
Looking away, could it stave off the effect? Or the moment one locks eyes, it's over?
The moment you lock eyes, you take a risk. Fighting and not looking, you take a risk as well. Because if it can't get you with its eyes, it'll start attacking you with its bite. And that's just as deadly.
Can you be petrified through a reflection?
Can you? Yes.
What if a friend is turned to stone? What do we do then?
Keep it away. Don't let the basilisk get near it.
They'll turn back to normal?
No. No. It's permanent. There are only two cures. One is bringing me its salival gland. I'll be able to procure another potion from it. A tonic which can be spread onto your friend and free them from the petrification. The other is the power of the divine. Slayer scholars refer to it as a form of restoration. Cures the body of the petrification and pushes out the stone.
Well, I'm not sure if any of us here can reliably ask upon a god to help them, so we better preserve the body, just in case. Any weaknesses?
None that are noted, which makes it even worse. Again, the king is a variant. Some wizard, probably. Playing God as they often do. Deciding that it wanted to soup up a creature as a god dog. Failed. And made this basilisk king. If it has any weaknesses, I don't know them. Normal basilisks don't have weaknesses either. Their weakness is being able to turn their gaze against them. But you'll need a mirror shield.
You wouldn't happen to have one of those?
I do. And you'll be taking it with you.
She nods.
Top of that, They're smart. Not like normal beasts. Not talking about a king either, I'm talking about normal basilisks. They're smart enough to know that if their gaze doesn't work, they can just bite you. Bring you down. Force you to look at them. So be mindful of that when one gets close. I don't know what its mates are. Its mates could be venomide, or they could be stone-eyed. If it's venomide, less of a risk. A risk still, but less. You won't be turned to stone. You might start throwing up your insides, though.
Are you aware of where its lair is?
I am. This contract you've taken will begin to lead you in a general direction. You look well traveled. I imagine you'll be able to find its trail.
Do you know the layout of its lair?
That I don't. You shouldn't expect any sprawling caverns, though. They prefer caves, hovels, holes in the mountains and hills, places that they can easily access the mainland from.
Are they deep or shallow?
Shallow enough. You won't find them broaching too far into the Underdark. At least this one. Others, maybe.
You're saying there's local connections to the Underdark?
There are. If you're intent on taking all three of these, he taps the teal one. This one will take you right into the world below.
Which one did he tap?
The phase spider.
Your eyes, the blue one. Sort of with a new respect. Maybe we stop at the Manticore, she mutters.
Well, it's a bit too late for that, I think. It would have been my vote.
Oh no. That contract, she points at the spider. It may not be the most deadly one alone, but getting there. If we're very unlucky.
Well,
She shivers.
you don't need to go slay it. If it preys upon people, he would leave it.
Are you talking about the Basilisk King? Or are we talking about the face spider? If you're talking about the spider, it does hunt outside of its lair. Problem is, you won't see it. This particular breed is capable of what's known as an ethereal jaunt. The capability of its being to pass into another plane of existence. Not many beasts can do it, but those that can, very dangerous.
How are we even meant to catch it?
A number of ways. It does like to hunt. And when it does, it makes itself vulnerable. Revealed.
Oh, takes time to go back.
There's a nod. But we're not talking about that one. We're talking about this one. You have any more questions? He sort of turns the lexicon to you guys.
Basilisk. Rather than stare at its eyes, what if we gaze at the body? Any risks?
Potentially. Again, it's smart. It'll try to make eye contact with you. And if you're attacking it while not looking, you run the risk of not attacking it at all. Striking the stones.
Are there records of this creature? I presume it can see in the dark.
Aye. Most of its breed is capable of exploring the dark, given that most of their caves and homes are under there.
And if the dark is less than natural?
You're talking about supernatural darkness. Magical.
Yes.
I don't imagine the normal ones can, no. But this one isn't normal. You'd probably be good against its mates. But against the king, I have no idea.
Are there other senses this creature relies upon besides eyesight?
The king can use telepathy. It can, from what we've gathered, sense your thoughts. Follow you that way.
No.
Silveril looks at Uriel.
It's why we, he sort of... It's why the Slayer scholars have referred to it as an aberration. An entity of abyssal, origin.
What about other physical senses? Smell, hearing?
They're good hunters. But from what we gathered, the Basilisk King doesn't hunt. He brings it to their lair. And if he doesn't hunt, his mates do. They have good senses. Track you down with their smell if they're capable.
Though likely we'll encounter them before the king. Potentially.
If you all are going, they'll probably smell you first. And he'll probably send them out to deal with you. Again, he's not normal. Somebody's been messing with these creatures. All three of these ones. Making them different.
By the gods, they turned him aristocratic.
How fond is it of its mates? If we were to slay them, would he avenge them?
That I don't know. The mating patterns of basilisks, they don't mate for life. They have territorial disputes, similar to other creatures. A male will attempt to proposition a female and have to challenge other males. This king, however, is large, bigger than a lot of the other normal males, easily pushes them out. It's not just one mate you're fighting, you're probably fighting two or three.
It's likely any risk to its territory will invoke its ire.
Correct. Now, there is some bait you could use. Probably draw out the mates and deal with them before dealing with the king. You're
What
probably
sort of
gonna...
fate are we talking?
The mates aren't like the king. They'll hunt humans and eat them, if necessary. But they don't go out of their way like he does. He'd get away with using a normal animal. From what I've heard, at least what's written by the Slayer scholars, fresh chicken blood be enough to draw him out. But I mean fresh. At least 12 hours.
Do you think we could use human blood to draw out the Patreon?
Oh, I think the moment that any of you are within range, he'll try to draw you in.
Two hunters baiting each other.
That's why it's dangerous. But if you can separate him from the mates, you have an easier time about it. You fight him with all of them, though, you run the risk of at least losing some of you. That many sets of eyes. What's that?
I think we can maybe convince Guinevere to part with one of her birds.
No, I don't know about that.
She'll see the reason.
Is there a way to blind it?
Blinded.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. But you'll probably want to hunt this one first, then. He sort of pushes forward the face spider card. The venom he uses. I could make a tincture with it. Something you might be able to throw at its eyes. Blind it, at least for a little while. Then you're only really worrying about its teeth.
Sabine will shift her gaze to the others.
Huh. Anything that can be pried out of the manticore?
Oh, no, the manticore's just a nasty beast. I mean, you draw spikes from it. Its hide is quite valuable. Its teeth are quite sharp as well. You watch as he begins to sort of turn through the pages and sort of shifting through, you would again see a number of creatures that look absolutely alien. You would see one that has this very bulbous body with this wide teeth, a singular eye with numerous tentacle-like appendages sprouting out of its body. And as he turns the page, there's like several variations of this creature as he continues to turn. Right. Let's see. Manticore. Well, you get its wings. It's got a thick leather-like texture to them. Decent for making cloaks. I imagine with enough time, I could fashion them into something receptive to magic. Get somebody to enchant them, it'll take to it better. Its spines are probably the best, though. They're barbs. Dark in coloration, usually. Bones, almost thin like needles. They stick into whatever they hit. They're able to even pierce through armor. So, fletch some arrows. And, if you're skilled enough, maybe even make some daggers with them.
Well, perhaps there's other manners of things we can throw in its eyes. Attempt to blind it.
Potentially. Again, though, the king has multiple sets of eyes. It's not just the normal two.
Marana nods.
If nothing else, you might be able to limit the amount of people it can look at.
Well, do we want to hunt a phase spider to go after a basilisk?
Starting to feel like we went about this a little backwards, doesn't it?
Indeed, but that's part of learning, isn't it?
Just because we chose one that could benefit to be taken down before the other. It would have changed nothing.
Well, the right of it. It's just a potential. Could be that it doesn't even have an effect. Again, all of them are variants, freak mutations. They're not normal.
So either way, there's going to be something we don't account for, something we'll need to adapt to.
Correct. Which is why I've picked these three. If you can fight these, kill them. Help the Southlands in some way. Then you're more than capable of fighting the Terror. Because it means you can adapt. It means you're quick on your feet. It means you won't die like the rest of the fools who tried hunting it with no idea what it was. But you gotta do this first.
Right.
Goldrink's becoming a real pain in my ass, you know that?
What?
Oh, nothing.
Right. Bait for the mates. Mirror shield.
Right.
Morana seems to be going over it.
He gestures to a sort of back portion of this room that leads up to a set of stairs. You'll find my mirror shield upstairs. Be hanging on the wall. Can't miss it.
Morana will go get the fucking shield.
There you
She
go.
wants to see what else is up there.
Making your way upstairs, you find yourself on the second floor, of which there's like one other bedroom that's set up here aside from the master, but then there is like this large, sort of effectively another trophy room where there are numerous sort of weapons and shields and armaments that are up here. You would see what appear to be like a number of daggers that are made. Their main blade is made out of what appear to be fangs. You would see the large mirror shield that hangs like directly in the center of all of these adornments, this reflective surface of which as you walk up, you see yourself. This beautiful sort of silver and black wooded shield that as you pull it off, it feels very heavy. Of which it has this sort of arm brace that you would wrap around your forearm and then the handle that you would hold. As well as up here, a number of other trophies. The most prominent as well is a strange creature to... Well, maybe not. As you look at it... Let's see.
Scared. Afeared.
Would Morana see herself in the mirror?
Shut up.
I mean, it's a legit question, Roger.
I'm just asking.
You would see a preserved, like smooth blue scaled head with this elongated snake-like mouth with horns that protrude out of the top of its head. Its face is partially scarred and cut. And you would see that the sort of front forward of its face with its nose, its eyes are very close together. And you would see the sort of jagged rows of teeth that line this creature's mouth. Roll me a nature check.
Probably not, but sure. 16.
16.
Not bad.
Give me just a moment. Ooh, yep. 16. This is a behir. A behir is a cunning predator that spends its life apart from others of its kind. Behirs eject their young from their lairs shortly after birth, forcing them to fight to survive. Despite its bestial nature, a behir is surprisingly intelligent by virtue of their ability to speak and understand common. Behirs are sought out by creatures looking to entice one of these predators into their service. Such negotiations end badly if the behir's terms are not met. They are also known as the enemies of dragons, chromatic and metallic, as they are the most likely to sneak into a dragon's lair and eat their eggs.
Oh yes, behirs. I remember that.
And this appears to be a behir head mounted front and center over everything else. Underneath it, you would see the heraldry of House Ashford.
Marana probably takes longer than anticipated to just go and grab the shield as she looks over all of the numerous trophies and studying the behir head.
You all right up there?
Yes, sorry.
Right.
She'll hoist the shield again and make her way down the stairs carefully.
Making your way down the stairs, you would see, all of you would see this finely polished mirror shield. This sort of round circle shield that has that glossy exterior with that black and sort of dark wood like frame on the end, with the handle and the, unlike the others where you would slide your hand into a wrap, this one is one that you firmly like wrap around your forearm, as to ensure that it doesn't get knocked free by the monster.
Like a heater shield or something.
Correct.
Neato.
Whoever of you is going to be the most likely to be running face first, you'll probably want the shield.
Sabine takes a deep breath, takes the shield.
I do believe she's the only one who probably has a hand free in the matter. Unless you're going to be the one wanting to be front and center, Marana.
She's kind of like holding it, struggling a bit. No, I think Sabine has defended against numerous attacks. I think it would be better in her hands.
Agreed.
If I get turned to stone, please send word to my brother.
If you get turned to stone, we'll do our best to try and bring you back. Just make sure that if anybody does, you don't let the king get near him. I don't think he'll wait to just start eating. And if anything breaks, if you come back from the stone, whatever gets broken doesn't. And if you lose your head, well, you know what happens.
Ensure to don't lose your head.
I'll not lose anything if I can manage it.
Be preferable. Right. Any other questions? Think long and hard.
Is there anything that might give us an edge against this beast?
You're holding it. That'll help you with the mates.
What about the king? Anything you can think of that might help against it specifically?
I told you. You go after the face spider, maybe I can make something with its venom. Aside from that, it's a variant. It's a different type. Something's been changed in these creatures. As such, he's smarter than most, has the ability to read your thoughts, talk to you telepathically, and is marked as an aberration by the Slayers Guild. He's not normal. Whatever I tell you might as well be a moot point until you fight him.
It looks like we have to lure out the mates, kill them, and hopefully deal with the king himself afterwards.
Speaking mates, as you said, they were to come out and hunt us. We killed them. Could we set camp? Rest?
Maybe. Depends on how far away you camp. If you're camping right there where you killed them, he'll probably smell you or detect you. Reading your thoughts. Come and find you while you're sleeping. Again, he's smarter than most. They're ambushers. They prefer to set traps.
We kill its mates. Then we step away quite a while. Find a good place to rest, and then we stake its lair. Could work.
It could. You also run the risk of spilling blood. And what happens then is you attract something else. That's just the way of the wilds.
We know that much. Are we going to a place that it is particularly infested with creatures?
I hope not. Generally, the lair will be barren. You'll find a lot of the statues there. Both act as warden and its food. Creatures won't go near. However, I'm sure you've seen the state of our forests. A lot of lack of animals around. Predators wandering about where they shouldn't.
Among other things.
And don't be surprised if something rolls on you. Smells the blood and comes hunting. Desperate for food.
What is the... How far can this creature detect, read, look into your mind?
You watch as he turns the page back to the basilisk, and then turns to the page designated for this variant, which is like a half page. Right. I got folks saying that it was able to send out its words, its lure, crying out as a woman, up to about half a mile away.
And you think it can sense the presence of people that far as well?
If it knows to send it out, means it could sense you.
How far would we have to be for the chicken blood to lure out its mates without it noticing?
Gotta be closer than half a mile, I'm afraid. But, again, he'll send them out first. You won't be seeing him. Not unless you provoke him. Which, killing his mates just might do. However, if you can lure them far enough away, he might not act.
Might.
Again, he's a variant. An oddity.
Have there been reports of him attacking in with large groups?
Attacking large groups, or
Do you understand my question? If it senses 6 people, for instance, will it decide to attack on its own? How many people before it no longer thinks its companions are capable?
well, it's marked here as having taken down caravans. So, maybe it thinks if the food is tasty enough, it'll come hunting with their mates. But it also eats the horses, eats whatever's driving the carts, and eats the caravan.
So if we want to lure out its mates, we can't act too tasty then.
What?
It likes to, from what he said earlier, it likes to partially petrify you, meaning it likes to hear it scream.
What is delectable to some creature like?
It
How are we
isn't
supposed to know?
It's not a normal creature. That's what I keep telling you. It's a variant. Sadistic one at that. It'll partially petrify you if it's able. If its mates don't fully petrify you first. And then it'll start eating you.
Light.
Some beasts just enjoy causing pain.
And there are some beasts that need to be taken out of this world. And this is one of them. Now, last sighting is 3 days from here. Heading southwest. Towards the Elm River.
Isn't that where we came from?
You guys came from the south.
Okay, so we'd be going a little bit more west than from where we came.
Correct.
Well, then we have our target. If there is anything else, we should look for it.
If needed. Again, it's just a sighting. If needed, I would head to Aram's Ferry. Ask around. See if there aren't any locals that have heard anything about it. However, Aram's Ferry is west, so you might double your trip.
Well, it would certainly beat wandering around southwest, looking for any sign of it. If we can narrow down where its lair might be, that would give us a better indication of how far to lure the mates.
I'd be mindful going to Aram Ferry. People there are, what's the word? Self-motivated. They're gonna want you to grease their palms.
We have a distinct lack of grease. Maybe that's just a waste of time.
Well, we could at least go there, find for ourselves.
I suppose. Well, I'm not going to get anything done staying here.
Agreed.
Right. The contract has been sealed. You've chosen your mark. There's no time limit. You're not under any stress to do it fast. Just come back alive. Preferably with the body. The contract will be completed. Signed and overseen by former Slayer, Reynold Alvear. And as he says that, the symbols on your hand flare again and then relax.
Oh, we have symbols on our hand?
Correct. All of you do. You would see a triangle that's there with the bottom of the triangle not fully connected. There's a small gap directly in the center.
This better be tempered. Alaric holds it up in the air, flexing his hand as he checks the symbol.
Why are you afraid of tattoos? She jests at him.
Grinning, like crookedly, turns to look down to Siluril. I prefer tattoos of my own making.
This is of your
Besides,
own making.
I meant
She open mouth laughs once.
how it looks. Chose this.
Right. Yeah, my mare's shield. Use it well. Please don't lose it. They don't give out spares.
Well, if we do not return with it, I would if we don't return at all, I would assume it's lost.
Don't feel too bad about it. With some luck, a couple of basilisks will kill themselves on it.
That's the hope. Well, go on. Don't forget your chicken.
Before we leave, I did some work on your garden. Couldn't finish it. Just have to trim the verge a little. You're good.
I appreciate it.
Alaric nods, makes nothing of it, and just looks for the door.
Best of luck to you, Lord. I'm hoping for your success.
As am I.
Yeah, Miranda will put her cloak back on and begin heading for the door.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You all begin to make your way out. That stench, that pungent stench of tobacco now fading as you are met with the open air outside, the rain still coming down, the lightning and thunder still prominent. You have your mark, the Basilisk King.
Yay.
And that is where we're gonna call it a day.
No.
Hate you.
I'm sorry, did you just try to end my game?
No, I would never DM.
Disadvantage.
On what?
I don't know. Sounds like something he would say, though.
So what are y'all doing?
Getting our stuff and getting a chicken, I guess.
True. A chicken.
Well, will we remain here for another evening and set about in the morning, or
What time is it now? Like 10 in the morning or something?
Oh, it's about 10, yeah. You would watch as the door opens again. Oh, right. You'll probably want this as well. I'll be needing this back. But should make for transporting the chicken blood relatively easy. You
Just
watch
has to-
him hold out this sort of dark satchel.
But it needs to be no less than 12 hours old, correct?
Right. This will
Start.
extend that period. It's it'll freeze whatever you put in it.
Oh, so we could get the chicken blood now and it would be fine until we got there, 3 or 4 days hence or longer?
Correct.
Oh,
I'll need this back.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet.
I'll do as I like. And she will smile and thank him again.
It's a very,
Oh, smart ass, eh?
very faint smirk before he nods. Closes the door.
We should inform Guild and Guinevere before we go.
And we do have to get our things, so.
And a chicken.
And a chicken.
Guinevere has many chickens. We can just ask her for one. Sure, she'll part with it.
Well, at least if all we need is its blood, I suppose butchering a chicken for supper wouldn't be too much of an ask, so. Let's be about it.
I will speak to this chicken
What?
Why?
so that it may understand its sacrifice.
Hmm.
All its fellow chickens ought to know, too.
Mm-hmm.
well, you can discuss that with Guinevere.
And the chickens. Yes. We should set off.
The name of that bag.
What is the name of the bag?
Look at the chat.
Oh no. Scared to see. Oh, bag of
Oh
colding.
no, I hate you.
Oh, it's like the bag of colding we had back in the day. That was just a bag of holding, but it was cold. So everything we put in there was just normal bag of holding stuff we always pulled out,
Yep.
and it was just like cold as fuck. And we're like,
Yep.
well, it's cold, but it's still there. So
Yep.
This is explicitly for like viscera and animal parts. You can't put like mundane objects in here like gold or knives and shit.
right, and that's just well, it'll probably be useful for like if we
Organic.
manage to harvest stuff. So that'll be cool, I guess.
Organic substances only.
Correct.
Understood.
Received and understood. Over and out.
So, what are you all doing?
I think we're headed to the inn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eh,
Get our things and do the thing.
Sabine is quiet, fidgeting with the straps on the shield, kind of muttering prayers to herself. Visibly nervous.
as they walk, looking up to the sky, somewhat idly, Alaric says, "You know, I never saw myself as becoming ever monster."
I kind of assumed I was above such things.
What did you say, Jure?
She said, she kind of figured she was above such things.
Right? Traipsing about, hunt fell beast. Anything could happen.
Yes, it's a precarious profession, but it's rewarding to see them felled.
I hope so. Let's hope we get to see it that way.
I think I'll always find a good drink more rewarding. Sure. We gave our word. And I hope you're enjoying this, Lamortia. Hearing you speak past 2 days more than I've heard you speak. Ever.
Well, we were hunting monsters, were we not?
Fanciful hobby.
It's more than just a hobby. You heard, Reynold. Malgrove is a fortress. We stand against the mages in Grindelwald from whatever would seek to devour them.
Just for you, it is a calling.
A calling and an honor. Something my family has done ever since they put up the walls around Malgrove to seal off the land bridge into Vinheim.
Oh, that's very interesting. All of your family are hunters?
Some of them are trained in certain other arts. My uncle Julian, for example, he's more of an alchemist. He prefers to study things that come out of the Grimwald to better, well, use against it.
Alaric, with a thoughtful look, kind of nods to himself. But your family, did they ever intend for you to hunt? Or have you taken it upon yourself?
She kind of steals up and walks a little bit more rigidly.
Of course. Of course I would continue to hunt. What sort of question is that?
He gives a small shrug. Well, when we first met, you were sick. You always stipulated that your family sent you off because of that. I also have never met any hunters from there around here. I always thought you were a bit of an oddity. Unintentional one.
Silver looks very intent on listening to the conversation. With very scrutinizing eyes.
They might not have wanted to send me out on the front lines, but I am of Lemurian blood.
She kind of says, picking up her pace.
Why would they not?
And so you're compelled into action. Well, I'm sure they must be proud. If you.
They will know. Once I return to Malgrove, they will know.
Will you tell them yourself, or will you hope that here?
I'm sorry, you got out.
He said, will you tell them yourself, or will you wait until you're there to tell them yourself? Wait, did I say the same thing twice?
I think you did.
I believe I did. He said, will you tell them yourself, or will you wait until they hear it before you're there?
Whichever reaches them first, I suppose. I suppose that depends on the rest of us. If we decide to head northwards.
Well, I think that you give it good time, give it good weather, quite a bit of good luck, and you'll make such tales that they'll hear it from south to north in every household. We just need to make not that.
Her posture begins to relax a little bit at that. Just a little bit.
I hope so too.
Sabine, you will find the mirror shield added to your inventory.
Okie dokie.
Who is taking the bag of colding?
Rana or myself, either or.
Yeah, I'll grab the bag of colding.
There you go.
Okay.
No stranger to blood.
Yeah.
Give me just a moment, and I will add it to your character sheet. Continue.
We open the bag. It's like, where'd the blood go?
Just puts a fucking straw in it like a Capri Sun.
I was peckish.
He's like, wait a minute, that raises more questions.
I now have further questions.
Sealed letter. Oh,
I knew she was a gangrel.
nom, 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 nom. Pop out. Has the bag been added?
Oh, hold on. God damn. Jesus fucking Christ.
Where
Continue
is it?
to roleplay.
Where is it?
Oh, okay. Well, yes, I hope so too, Alaric. Maybe it'll start with this tower.
Hope so.
Gods, can you imagine? Claws the size of longswords. Imagine taking them. Per blade, there were many of them in Reynolds. But armor.
Been thinking on it myself. I'd make a cloak over. Make a gift out of. Who knows?
Hope to have at least half as many trophies as that man did.
How many?
He had
were,
many.
how many were in there?
Well, upon reaching upstairs, there were a lot of items that were fashioned into daggers and ceremonial weapons mostly, but no doubt still very deadly. And he had the most incredibly preserved spearhead, just
And she kind of like gesticulates.
mounted on the top of his mantle upstairs. Wonderfully preserved. No doubt earned him some small honors. No small honors here.
Kind of strikes me as a man who would rather people not know too much about it, actually. Which is strange, but who can say what his motivation is?
The bag has been added to your sheet.
Ah, there it is. I see it. Perhaps it's always been strange how the slayers work. He wasn't lying when he says that Mulgrove often turned them away.
Dislike of competition?
More of a distrust of their methods. My father said that an ally you know scarce little about could easily become an enemy if it struck them. so we kept them at arm's length. I'd only ever heard about them coming to the house maybe once, but that was before my time.
Interesting, but I suppose for now it's what we have. Perhaps. Well, moving on from that.
On that point, though, Alaric, if you would be so kind in Reynolds' presence, don't refer to me as Lady Lamodia. Morana will suffice.
I have already inferred that I should never call you by your surname in front of anyone. I only do it with Siluril because these people.
Because what? You're cut out?
I'm still cutting out?
Oh, yeah.
You
Dude,
know,
the microphone's like inside of my mouth.
no, probably
It's
you're
not
holding
that, it's probably holding down the button or whatever.
I don't have to push to talk. I just muted from the headset.
Well, your delay is probably kicking in then.
I brought down the sensitivity. That should do it.
Sensitivity.
I've already inferred, Morana, not to call you by your surname. I only do it with Siluril because it is a formality and, well, Geralt knows, and some other folk. I've already kind of presented myself as her ward. Don't worry. Ever since we met, I've picked up on this need for secrecy of yours. I've tried to keep it, for what's worth.
I appreciate it. Just Reynolds specifically. I don't know all of my father's dealings, so if there's any bad blood there, I wouldn't want to stir it up. Not when we still need his assistance.
Did he strike you as the kind of man that holds grudges?
Perhaps not, but then again, if the loss was great enough, who knows?
Fair enough. I ask generally because I've been told that I am terrible at reading character. I thought he was a fine lad. Very strong, too. You saw how he swung that axe.
An affirmative nod.
Even after he says that, Alaric's still nodding to himself as though reliving the memory.
At this point, you all find yourselves outside of the Singing Tier, bustling with its morning business. Stepping inside, you would see Gerald and Guinevere, who are in the process of tending to a number of patrons. As you all step inside, they give you sort of brief greetings and then go back to their work.
Do we stay long enough to help them with the breakfast crowd, or do we need to set out immediately?
If we delay, it will be afternoon, and we will have less daylight to walk under.
Why don't we wait and handle it tomorrow?
I'd rather get a move on with it, but we'll see how much time we have left.
Agreed. We'll give it another day. The trail may even get colder.
We have to find a trail first before it gets cold.
Well, he already told us more or less where he was headed.
DM, didn't he say the contract would lead us to it? Or at least its lair?
The contract will give you a faint sensation to follow.
Oh.
He said that some of you look seasoned enough to track a creature. You could follow this feeling, this sensation, and track it that way, thus following trails and, finding small leads. Or you go to Aram Ferry on the Aram River and ask the locals there if there have been any sightings. However, going there might double the length of your trip.
Still a 3-day trip regardless, isn't it?
It is a 3-day trip to get to the Aram Ferry. And that's heading purely west. To go to the direction that he suggested, which was southwest, it is 3 days away. So heading out towards the bottom of the Aram Ferry, or the Aram River.
So we can go either traipsing in the forest or ask around
Follow the road.
nearest town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow the road to the nearest town or go, wandering through the forest.
Sabine is going to ask Guinevere for just like a piece of fruit to go on the way, and she wants to go to the church. I'm going to look to them. I'm like, if I'm going to do this and how dangerous it is, I am going to go pray. Now you're welcome to wait for me or you're welcome not to. But I am going to do this. Do you understand?
Well, we don't actually have a choice. You're the one with the mirror shield.
I will gladly hand it over to either one of you, but I would like to do this.
Well, the chapel is sort of south and west anyway. It's more or less on the way. We'll pick you up.
Very well then. Sabine asked for a piece of fruit from Guinevere so that she can go. She's visibly worried, like she's pale. She looks frightened.
Yeah, sort of as you ask. Of course, dear. Give me but a moment. And he watches Guinevere makes her way back into the kitchen and comes back with an apple.
Thank you.
Has this subtle sheen to it and sort of looks at the mirror shield that you have. I see that you've spoken to Reynold.
Mm-hmm. It is my honor to wield this. And she gives kind of a half smile.
And that'll help you fight the terror?
Before he gives us any information on the terror, we have to deal with another problem first. And this is the one that, by default, everyone chose.
That's nice for you. They do love their contracts.
I have no idea what they even are or what they do, but I'm starting to get a feel for it. But it's a basilisk, I think is what they called it. But this one's different.
She sort of muses for a moment, tapping at her chin. I think I've heard old stories about basilisks. Oh, gods. The ability to turn you to stone with its bite?
Look.
You said that with such a way that made me want to be like...
I was waiting for the rest of the statement.
You said that with like a very like, look, motherfucker. Like that was the tone you used. I know
No.
that wasn't your intention, but that's just the way you said it.
I know. I'm sorry. With a look, not just a bite.
That's absolutely horrible.
Apparently mirrors work on the regular kind, but this one is far from regular. So, I'm going to go to the church to pray a bit.
I believe everybody gets a little religious when faced with overwhelming fear. But you needn't worry. I have faith in you and yours.
If none of us come back, in the off chance, she'd slide her a couple gold. Could you send word to my brother?
But of course, I will need a name,
His name is Laurent Rosser.
and I'll need to know where he's at.
Last I knew he was in Katarina.
Katarina. The capital?
Yeah. I don't know if he's moved on from there or not. It's been a few years.
Well, hopefully, when you come back, I won't need to send this letter. So chin up.
Thank you.
Best of luck, my dear.
Thank you. I'm going to the church now. She goes.
So you all gather your equipment?
Mm-hmm.
Get suited up, jacked up.
Suited up. Cloaks applied. Armaments prepared. The party began to make their way. Following Sabine, I imagine?
Not quite, because we have to stop by. No sooner has Sabine left that Yuri appears. Guinevere,
Yes, my dear.
have I ever told you that your hospitality is divine?
No, I don't believe you have. What can I do for you? This is very, like, don't bullshit a bullshitter type look.
We need a chicken.
A chicken.
Yes, a chicken. She almost said giblets, but
What on this green earth do you need a chicken for, my dear? You don't strike me as a farmhand, nor do you strike me as having any love for animal husbandry.
Unfortunately, this chicken will be a martyr for our new hunt.
A martyr? You would make a martyr of my chickens.
Well,
Well,
like leaning over over Uria's shoulder as she is shorter than he. Technically, we just need its blood.
the blood of a chicken, for the good of the people. There's this sort of coy smile as she completely bullshits the bullshitter. In seriousness, though, I don't know if Sabine told you.
You're hunting
That
a
lo-
basilisk.
We are hunting the king of basilisks, so that we can then hunt the terror, because we need a mark to prove we can, take the mark for the mark we lost. It's this sort of exasperated sigh.
When dealing with slayers, you will find that the contracts aplenty. So if you have any future dealings, get used to it. This will be your fate. You want one of my chickens? Well,
We need bait and chicken blood, apparently, according to the one-armed master.
cats,
Draws out its lesser kin.
bait. Why does it feel so much worse?
Well, we need the blood, not the actual live chicken. The live chicken we could kill now if you wish.
Is
And
is this conversation within hearing range of everybody?
I mean, yeah, it's not like
I imagine it's
We're
most of the party, like, gathered up talking to Guinevere near the bar.
Like, yeah, we got our stuff. We came back downstairs. We're doing our final check, and then this.
Alaric kind of creeps into view, hovering over all. looking at Guinevere with a very soulful stare. Let me speak to your chickens.
Oh my
Maybe
god.
I can have one of them volunteer.
Oh my god. Why? Why
No,
would you do
don't-
that?
don't-
Why would you
don't
make them aware of their own mortality just before you kill them?
Perhaps a hero may rise
A
from them.
hero? Darling, you're a hero, not a chicken.
Unless we kill it and use it to hunt basilisks.
Oh my god.
Do they not deserve to know?
No.
They're not, my dear. They're not people.
Ha! Callan just laughs. Ha!
Great offense is taken by Alaric.
You are a person about to express and inform a fowl of its own morality, of its own ability to live and breathe, and then take it away from it. Does that not seem cruel to you?
A more brave hen you never did see.
You are very lofty ambitions for this chicken. I need potatoes peeled. So, peel my potatoes, and I'll give you a chicken.
I
Oh,
don't get to speak to the chickens. I really
Yeah.
wanted to speak to the chickens.
Oh my god.
There's
Wanted
this
to speak to them for quite a while.
groan from Yuria. Please.
What if they decide they do not want to go then? Then what? Alaric,
Then we fight them.
Fight my chickens! No!
Verana
Absolutely not!
pinching the fringe of her nose.
That is the way of the
Potatoes
world.
peeled.
The way of the world. They are domesticated fowl. It's not the way of the world, my dear. If it was the way of the world, I would fight them every day when I go to take eggs from them. They don't fight me. In fact, some of them are so lazy that I have to put the eggs underneath them to make sure that they take care of them. You're not...
I
think what she's-
apologize.
How
She
could you not?
whispers.
I think what she's
Expect
trying
that.
to say, Alaric, is that a chicken, much like a seagull, is among one of the stupidest creatures on the planet and is really worth not that much for God. I hate seagulls.
Peel the potatoes that I need. And you may have a chicken.
Fine, I will not speak to the chickens then.
On the bright side, if we butcher it here, you can still serve the chicken for supper.
I'm getting mixed signals. Do you need the whole chicken or do you just need the blood?
The blood.
Just need the blood in this bag.
And she holds it up.
Yeah. Just point at her like that.
You don't have any vials? Or you want me to drain the chicken into your bag?
Yes.
It's some. Yeah. But
Don't we owe it to at least walk it? Let it see
Walk it.
some sights.
Please,
I'm
somebody
going
get to
to-
peeling potatoes. I swear to God.
go peel a potato.
I just gently smack Alaric with the bag. Just on the side of the arm.
Alaric is assaulted. He
Yeah.
seems confused.
Just an admonishing slap with the bag. It makes a wet noise. I mean, what?
Gerald, sort of seeing you all congregated, walks up. All right. What are you all doing? Why are you...
Alaric wants to convince your chickens to sacrifice their lives for the greater good.
Fuck me.
And they are not letting me.
I'm
I
leaving
beg
now.
your pardon. Did I hear that right?
I wish
Unfortunately.
you had not.
I'm gonna go start serving drinks again. Good day.
Will you pour one for yourself?
Please, take me with you. Please.
I'm gonna start peeling potatoes.
There's a
Alice
very,
does.
There's an apologetic, like, soft sorry as Gerald walks back to his customers.
Sorrel whimpers. Ooh.
It's maybe no more than like 2 or 3 dozen potatoes that need to be peeled.
Oh, thank God.
Enough for them to make, their hash browns and sort of fried potatoes and everything like that. So, whoever takes up that task, the rest of you are escorted by Guinevere out into the pen, not too far away from the back of the singing tier. She sort of lets you all into the coop. Oh, come on. Pick one.
Which one looks to be the most blood-filled?
God, you are horrific.
I just am trying to be practical.
Blood-filled. Oh, my word.
I didn't really know a better word for it, unfortunately.
No word would have worked.
No.
A lack of words, in fact, would have sufficed.
I realize that it cost me 0 gold pieces to say that, and I apologize.
Point us towards the laziest one, at least.
Which one do you hate the most?
That one was served just the other night.
Oh, well, which one do you hate the second most?
Please just pick a chicken.
That one. He just points at a random, that one, right there, that one.
There's
That
one
piece of shit
just
right there.
like sat on its own little like nest, just eyes closed, head empty.
In absolute peace.
Weave theme music playing.
You would see a number of the other hens sort of wandering about, pecking at the ground, pecking at your shoes, pulling at whatever laces are there.
Well, that one, the one that pecks at my boot, gets it first. That's the one that gets it in the neck.
Oh my God.
You snatch it up off the ground.
Know your master.
So, do you want me to go somewhere private to deal with this, or do you just want to watch?
What happened to all of you? You left for maybe a couple hours and you come back completely different people. What happened?
We found out we had to fight a king basilisk. That's what happened.
I know you're not talking to me. I've been wanting to speak to the chickens since day one.
No, my dear. You are exactly as I expected you to be. I'm talking about the rest of you.
Good. I am reliable.
Marana is like in the doorway peeling a potato. You're gonna need the bag too.
All right. Yeah, would you hold the bag out
Oh,
over
my
here?
lord. Please
out of
take
sight.
it out away from the coop.
Yes, I'm gonna go behind the coop.
Puts the potato peeling aside for bringing the bag out.
Away.
I'm so glad I am not there.
Silril prays to the sky, to her dragon, to just pick her up and take her away.
Blood in the bag.
Take me away.
Holding the chicken by its feet.
I'm just gonna snip its head off and start draining it into the bag that Marana's holding out. It doesn't have time to squawk. I killed it quick. I could said it pecked my boots and it got it in the neck.
Body violently shuddering and moving around.
I'm holding it under my arm like the bag of a bagpipe and just pumping it out.
It's still like violently shuddering, its whole body going through shock.
Nope.
As you drain the chicken.
Marana seems a little bit comfortable with this much blood. Probably too comfortable.
Or Kellen probably staring at a knowing look, and he just smirks at her, and he's just like,
most of it gets in the bag, some of it doesn't. Some of it splatters on the outside of it.
Quietly murmurs to her, I'm like, "You're not made to be hungry by this, are you?" And he kind of snort laughs.
Jesus.
Right.
There's a moment where if the daggers could fly, if he wasn't holding a bag open, the staring daggers might actually become real daggers for a hot second.
That has to be the racist thing Kellen's ever said.
He's just teasing her now. Now he knows.
Just
It's
to
like-
tease.
He's like, I know that you can't actually hit me while you're holding the bag. That's why I said it like that.
Who are you people?
After
So,
several
as-
moments, the chicken is fully drained of all of its blood, of
Oh.
which Guinevere
Silverhill leaves.
relieves you of the carcass.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Get out of here.
please leave.
I'm like, please get the fuck out.
Hey, a prayer was offered in honor of the chicken to Shelir while it went through its seizures. Yes.
All right. Roll me a religion
We're
check.
players.
Prayer man.
Nice, 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 nice.
On God. Just like that.
You feel at ease.
There you go.
May the chicken pass on into the great beyond, to the Wildfather's domain. Under the purview of the great leveler, this chicken shall be made whole in another life, to enter the cycle once more of rebirth.
Oh God, no! You've fucking condemned that chicken to be some asshole's familiar. Congratulations.
This chicken will enter the eternal battlefield, and you'll eventually leave it wielding a great sword.
I hate it. Oh,
Answering the
God.
call of the All-Father. Eormanir, answer me!
Yep.
Oh no.
Why?
You now have a precarious bag full of chicken blood. Congratulations.
Define precarious. How is the bag precarious?
Well, you could have just drained it into vials. Instead, you went with the most barbaric method I could think of, which was just, put the drink in my bag, please.
I'm too poor for vials.
Is that exactly how you explained it to us as the purpose of the bag? However, you led us here. This is on you, bud.
I think the intention was that you drain it in the vials and then neatly put the vials in the bag.
Nah, it's weak.
The instructions unclear.
Yep.
I see. I
This
see.
is the most
we're gonna
hardcore
turn-
method I could think of, and you went with it.
Nice.
Yep.
It's going to
Blood
be
goat
like
in
a
bag.
turn the bag and then punch it inside out, and it's just a shotgun spray of chicken blood everywhere. Instead of
That's sort of the goal, though, isn't
We're
it?
gonna return it. We're gonna return it to him, and he's gonna be like, "What the?
what the fuck have you done to my bag?
Well, here's what we do. We get other viscera to put in the bag. There, fine.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. You fucking animals, all of you.
You savages.
I
Right.
just want to say I was praying while this decision was made.
Indeed, making your way, very lengthy way across town to the Chapel of Palor, you would find Amira, who is currently in the process of leading morning prayer with a number of people who have arrived. She has like a small like sermon that's going on, of which you're able to join, sitting in the pews and join the prayer, albeit it's not to your God, but you're not
mean-
interrupted when you pray to your God.
I make amendments in my version to my God.
Oh, so you're making amendments for us? You're like, I don't know what they're doing, but somewhere, somehow, I know they're fucking up.
Nope, I have. My soul is clean of that nonsense. As I pray to Sariel, if I get turned into a statue, by God, let it be a pretty one.
And though there be no sun for us this morning, we pray to the Dawnfather in hopes that eventually his guidance will part the clouds and will be blessed once more with his presence. May you all travel under the sun of the Dawnfather. And as she looks up at you, there's a very warm smile.
Sabine would smile back, kind of still muttering her own prayers, asking for if he sees it fit to keep an eye on her brother if she does not make it through this, that type of thing.
eventually, the sermon ends. A number of people sort of remaining in the pews talking to each other. Some approaching Amira and sort of asking for guidance or sort of like prayers in regards to certain things going on in their life. Of which, eventually, she manages to make her way over to you. Right, are you here to help me with morning sermon?
Unfortunately, no. I have been conscripted. Smile. Smiles a bit. It's half a smile, kind of like that. I
I'm
am,
sorry to hear that.
um, my traveling companions have, taken a job with Renault. And we're going to go deal with something that is, well, in his own words, lethal. And I'm just getting a few prayers in.
Well, I'm sorry I can't be of any more help to you. If you and yours find yourself in any danger or need any healing or any curatives to bless your body with, bring them here.
You don't happen to have anything against petrification, do you?
Her like brows, both of them raise. No,
Just, okay, it was worth a shot.
gods, what are you fighting?
A basilisk king is what he called it.
She like visibly like sort of shrinks back.
She,
What?
yes, apparently it is a basilisk. A suit,
They
a
can be
different
kings?
kind. Apparently this one has multiple sets of eyes. And also can speak into someone's mind. So, yeah, I'm a wee bit shaken, so I'm trying to steady myself in the appropriate ways of the gods while they handle other things back at the tavern.
Right. I wish you the best of luck.
I appreciate that.
I'll say a prayer for you to Paylor.
I appreciate that as well.
Gods, that's horrifying.
I am. Apparently, I know this thing can look at somebody and turn it to stone, but no pun intended, I am petrified. Because I'm the one who's going to be holding the shield. Right up close and.
Let's say your prayer right now.
All right.
And Amira joins you in a very sort of panicked prayer. Asking not only Paylor for guidance and protection, but asking the very fickle Sariel for it as well. Not for herself, but for you.
Thought she was
Appreciate
gonna
that.
bring in all the gods just to make sure.
Get some Bahamut in there.
Get the whole crew. She's gonna need it.
I mean, if it worked for SOE.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
So I know you don't have much in the way of coin.
I gave 2 to Guinevere to send a note in case of my untimely demise. So I have
Yeah.
4 left. 4 gold.
My my understanding hasn't changed. Generally, I sell healing tonics. for you, I have one that you can have.
I'll hand her the full rope. Thank you.
No, you'll work it off.
Okay, that's fine too.
Because they're not cheap. So,
Can you teach me how to make them?
I mean, I could.
I mean, we're gonna be around for a while.
It'll take you a while to learn.
As
So,
it turned out.
yeah, if you have enough time.
Wonderful.
And she will give you a potion of healing.
Yay!
Just one?
Just one.
Poggers.
Mine.
It is. She's literally like, this is one of the last ones of the last batch I made. So it's a freebie, right? Like the only payment is that you'll have to come work at the chapel, right? So instead of 50 gold, it's manual labor, baby.
Woohoo!
Eventually, the party meets back up. Prayers having ended, chicken blood having been acquired.
I'll give her a hug before I go.
She gives you a very tight hug.
Constricting even.
Do we see Amira? As we're picking Sabine up?
Do you guys come to the chapel?
I imagine they're not just standing outside
Oh, then yeah.
in the rain.
You guys would probably catch the tail end of that. The Amira and Sabine hugging. And then as you all show up, it's a very warm smile to all of you. Except for
Except
Alaric.
Ooh.
Alaric no. Alaric smiles right back. Warmly.
Yeah, Yuria makes it up almost to the door and then kind of stops near the entranceway.
Afraid you're going to catch fire?
No?
No,
Maybe?
I just have an allergy to
I just,
frankincense.
I'm not a very
myrrh.
religious person. Shut up.
Seeing your new compatriots, Kellen and Yuri, who hadn't come to the chapel last time. Oh, pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Amira Stormoak. I am the steward of this chapel.
Oh. A pleasure to meet you. I am
Likewise.
Kellen. I'm Kellen. This is Yuria.
Fine names. I hear you're, hunting a basilisk king.
Aye, would you like to come with?
Oh, absolutely not. No, I quite like my chapel, and not being put into potentially dangerous, harmful situations where I could be turned to
Not
stone.
potentially.
We'll take care of you. I like you. I'd like to have you around.
Wow, that's very generous. I'm going to decline and go tend to my books. But, like I told Sabine, if you need any healing afterwards, just stop on by the chapel.
I'm sure we might.
How are you with turning people from stone back to not stone?
I've never tried it before. I don't know. It's never been a condition I've had to fight before. Maladies, boxes, things like that. But, you know, turning a person from stone to flesh again? No, I don't believe I've ever had to do that. Ever.
Well, hopefully you still won't have to.
Yes, with any luck.
Well, you all
Well-
are very strong. I imagine you'll wallop it before it even gets a chance.
Hopefully, now that there's basilisks within days' travel, You might hear of such events, folk being turned to stone. If you happen to hear of somebody who could deal with it, could you let us know? Should we need it? Hopefully not.
I can, I'll keep my ear out. And I'll ask around town if anybody's heard anything, any rumors.
Thank you. Your hair is looking really pretty today, by the way.
Oh boy. That's a grudging.
She sort of hands on her hips, looks up at you for a moment. Thank you.
Looks really swell with your robes. And I could hear the emotion in your voice from the outside. You're very compelling.
No trying to butter me up. It's still a grudging. Go on.
All right. He shows.
So, mirror shield, health potion, chicken blood.
Silro would have stopped before they left to kind of tell, the same thing she said before they went to, the Kingsmen. To Geralt and Guinevere, the if I don't come back kind of thing. Same stuff that she would say before going out on any kind of battalion mission or anything like that.
There's the large, half-giant hand that's offered to you.
She would clasp it.
Taking it firmly. His other hand comes up to pat you on the shoulder. Don't you worry about nothing. If you don't come back, I'll come looking for you myself.
Of course, but would you send word to my father? If I do not, and you cannot find me.
The generally playful expression that he always has, that wide grin, sort of tempers itself. He gives a singular nod.
Contacted him.
Aye. If you don't make it back and I can't find you, I'll send word to the capital. You have my word.
Thank you. And she would kind of it would be like she was awkwardly, she was going to instinctually hug him, but then stutters and stops and lets go of his hand and turns to leave.
You have everything. Your sword.
Yes. Everything we shall need.
All of your equipment.
And she kind of pats and looks under the tabard and stuff. And she would nod.
Enough rations.
We should.
Right. Give him hell.
She would turn and go out the door to follow everyone to the chapel.
The party is gathered. Now begins your journey. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yay. Snake.
It is roughly 11:30 in the morning. Close to noon. Your adventure, as told by Reynold Elvire, is 3 days southwest, with a faint inkling to this creature's trail, which could potentially be followed with your own skills. Or you head west to the Aram Ferry, meeting the local populace there, you can inquire about this Basilisk King, any sightings, potential losses of people, and any other tips they may have that you don't already know. However, you run the risk of doubling your trip and running into far more things on your travels. So, adventuring party, what will it be?
Don't call me an adventurer.
You are.
No. That's got bad stigmata. I don't want it.
Too late.
Shit. Well,
Don't everybody speak up at once.
I mean, I'm for going southwest myself. We have enough people here who are good with survival to probably track stuff.
Agreed.
the problem with West is that we have no money to bribe people with. And it doubles our journey. So,
I think what he means is just going off and tracking the beast altogether.
Right.
Yeah, no, that seems to be what Kellen's getting at.
Yep.
Alaric would agree with that. They've been doing great when it comes to tracking and wild lore in general, so why not assume that they can do it? How else to get good, too, right?
Silra would say that she would want to meet the people of the fairy town, but she would not want to. Like, she would mention to the party she had interest on meeting them. Obviously, she doesn't want to do it while she's on a mission to kill something. Essentially, she would like to just go in that direction and find it.
You guys would actually have... Hold on. You guys actually have all of this area explored, which means you should be able to see it. There we go. That should be visible terrain for you.
yes.
Yeah, I see it now.
Cool.
Hmm. Mirana's of the opinion that she would like more information, but again, they don't have any money with which to ply people with. And we know there's morlings about, so we risk running into more of them.
That's also a thing.
Correct. There is always a risk when traveling. You roll a D100 for every hex that you travel.
Couldn't be Cybers.
You guys, having already been active, will be able to travel one hex before you need to rest.
Are we going to the town, or are we going towards Arinta?
It sounds like everyone wants to go southwest, that I heard. So I think we go southwest, straight towards the beast.
Let's go through either heading west or southwest. Alaric.
Southwest.
Callan.
I would say southwest unless there's a compelling argument made otherwise.
Marana.
Southwest.
Sabine.
Southwest.
Celero.
Southwest.
Yuria.
North. No, southwest.
You motherfucker.
How are we flying? Southwest.
Southwest. Well, given your proximity to Elion's tier, you will not need to roll a D100 when moving in the surrounding hexes. So, these ones here, you do not need to roll a D100. So please pick your hex and move your token.
Good to me.
Right. Setting out. I do need a survival check, though.
Yeah, I guess that's me.
Do it.
Hey, do I
Hello,
give him
Ranger.
advantage?
Do you have survival?
He does.
What?
actually. He's had it.
Oh, he does have survival, doesn't he?
The hell? Where you been?
It's been a while since exploration happened.
There you go.
Okay.
Holy crap.
This land is still facing the same problems that much of Elion was already facing. The sort of failing crops, the lack of wildlife and everything that's here. However, as sort of drifting further into these open plains, these rolling knolls that are out here, you would see that though there is a lack of wildlife, it makes up for it with the sort of wild vegetation that's out here. These like wild sunflowers that are just huge, as well as a number of like bushes and shrubbery that's out here. You would be able to roll me 2d4.
Me?
Yes.
You are?
Searching through, you would be able to find 5 servings worth of like raw carrots, onions, and like berries out here. Otherwise, it is somewhat barren. So you can provide 5 meals for your party tonight.
Well, I think we can just like, we can augment that with some rations, of course, and just make like a decent meal out of it. One ration.
I think one person would have to eat rations.
I'm just saying for like purpose of RP, we basically use one ration and kind of just augment it into kind of a meal.
Gotcha. Who is sacrificing their ration?
I am.
Well, there you go.
And Alaric will cook too.
Oh god, here we go.
Okay. I believe it was an intelligence check last time.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
DC of 15.
DC of 15. You know not the meaning of mercy, do you? There you go. Ability check. Oh!
You
son of a bitch.
managed to cobble together a very decent stew with like a sort of berry, like a small like berry salad as like a dessert.
It's amazing. See, that's how you get good. You cook and cook and cook, burn enough berries.
It's
You eventually figure it
RuneScape where you just burn all the shrimp until eventually you're just cooking all the shrimp perfectly.
That's right. That's right.
Amazing. You just leveled up in cooking. You're now cooking
Oh
level
my
2
god. Holy shit.
out of 99.
Yep. Oh no.
Little fireworks go off on top of you.
Doom, doom.
Much to everybody's surprise.
What?
Yes.
Nice.
Don't act. Yes, much to everybody's surprise, Alaric prepares for you a delicious stew.
And he acts all smug about it, pouring out portions, giving a little bit extra to his allies who have ever believed in him. Not really, but he does serve Siluriel and Kellen first.
In retaliation, upon eating it, Yuri comments that it could use more salt.
Damn. Just had to be petty.
Salt is not good for you. It is bad for you. And it's cheating.
What? Salt
If-
is cheating.
If you eat with salt, you are bad, you're a bad person, and you are a cheating person. So you're a bad cheater.
Holy shit.
I think you just insulted the majority of everyone in Adis.
Why do you think everything is falling apart?
Sabine takes a bite and
I
she
don't
looks.
think it's salt.
I will tell you, it starts with salt.
Sabine says what?
Sabine looks at him during this conversation. Has that been your problem the entire time? You refuse to season your food?
I season my food, just not with salt.
Well, I'm glad that all your past failures have driven you towards the path of success. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Really, I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is Yuria here trying to lecture me in how to cook. What, you don't like my food? He reaches over to grab the bowl.
She pulls the bowl away from him. I still need to eat it, and it's decent. Just
That's
could
what I
use
thought.
a little more salt.
Well,
All right.
I have always been honest when telling you that whether you've done something well or horrible, and you have cooked this meal very well, Alaric.
Savine, you could stand to be a little bit less honest and more pleasant. But thank you.
I think that would be a discourtesy to you, because how can you improve if you don't know you're bad?
Well, I'm telling you, I'd prefer if you were discourteous then.
All right, from now on, I will ask you if you'd rather me be honest or nice.
Great.
So Will's just munching down on it, and she's just giving him a thumbs up.
Helen eats quietly and just like, mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's. Marana's kind of doing like the like table tennis with her head, just looking back and forth between the two, arguing as she eats.
Ah, entertainment too.
As
For-
they eat, Alaric presides over the party with a smug look.
With your stew consumed, who's taking the first watch?
Oh boy, here we go.
Now, actually, let me. You do still have to contend with the rain. It is raining still.
Poke.
I will sleep my 4 or trance my 4 hours like I normally do.
I can do the first watch.
You'll find a new map, by the way.
Where?
I like it.
Why are we sleeping on a hill in the rain?
Because
We thought
you're
this was
out
a
on the
good idea.
plains.
God damn it.
You're literally sleeping in the plains.
Fuck.
There's nothing but hills.
Yuria will take first watch in hopes that the rain goes away by the time she has to sleep.
You're funny.
Yeah, I know.
So I guess we're doing the first watch together then?
That's right.
All right.
Again.
Perfect. Give me some perception rolls.
No.
Very well. No perception roll needed then. Don't worry, it'll just roll with advantage.
You say it?
It. You know,
21. Okay.
my sword's in it. My clothes are in it.
15.
The log's in it.
All right.
A lot of it's around here.
During the first 2 hours of the watch, Yuria and Kellen sort of surveying the otherwise peaceful domain out here. Aside from the roar of thunder above, there doesn't appear to be any movement. You are the singular thing out here, and that puts you at ease. You do realize, though, maybe eventually you guys should invest in tents.
No.
Investing is for people who have money. That would be pretty cool, though, someday.
Just stop being poor, forehead.
Right? Be poor,
That's-
five head.
You know, that's what I told all those peasants when they had to pay taxes. And I never believed them.
Now you are living like one.
Is there anything specific you guys would like to talk about during your watch?
It's
If
up to you.
not, we can move it along for the sake of brevity.
I don't have anything specific to talk to Kellen about.
Very well. Probably spends most of his watch like quietly singing to himself and making sure that his bowstring is waxed and everything, because rain plus bowstring equals shit.
Yeah, she probably mostly spends it being miserable in the wet. The
She does have her
perkiness of the
cloaks.
morning subdued by being
Well,
drenched.
luckily, she has her cloak, so that will help somewhat.
I'm still wet.
It
I
is
appreciate
not
the
a good experience, by the way. Sleeping out in the rain fucking sucks.
Been there and done that. I know how it is. It's fucking obnoxious.
Yeah, for you nobles, this is horrible.
Poo-poo.
For
trash.
like Siluro, Kellen, and Alaric, like these sort of field tested individuals, you've done this before. This ain't nothing.
I'm literally dying. I hope the beast comes and kills us.
Driascar making you sleep out in the rain, Alaric. Some of your like knights on the field, Siluro, being forced to sleep around bonfires in the rain. And Kellen, the Grey Watch doesn't really believe in like houses.
At least not out in the field.
Correct.
Enclaves, I'm sure they have housing, but like when you're out and about, this is basically just Tuesday.
Oh no.
So, first 2 hours go by with no issue. Who's taking the next watch?
I love how Kellen still has his shrub.
You didn't get. You guys
We don't
didn't
have a
buy
bedroll.
another bedroll. So
We don't buy another bedroll because we don't have money.
listen,
One day.
I
when we
gave
have
you
some-
whoever
motherfuckers jobs to do in
Yeah,
Allianz,
well.
and none of you have done the jobs.
I'm a noble.
Dude, Alaric cut the wood.
That's
That
to
was
earn your
start with-
keep.
That's different, yeah.
There's
I'm
stuff
talking
that's
like
gonna pop up.
working for Mr. Broadhurst at the general store, working for Miss Rowe at the blacksmith.
Dude, Alaric cut the wood.
That's
Oh
this is why Alaric's poor.
Anyway, I guess it's whoever they're gonna wake up.
Silverl still needs another 2 hours before she does
I wake
her
up Alaric.
thing. No, yeah, I guess Alaric and Sabine?
In tradition of remaining to be petty.
I guess Alaric and Sabine, so they can fight about who has better cooking skills while the rest of us try and sleep.
Oh my god.
Just a wet
This is for-
slap to his head.
Yep.
Just
Just literally. I like put my hand over like his face with like water drips and
I
Wanted
think this
to.
is the first time we've had watch together, buddy.
We usually try to separate you like a couple of fighting cats, but not tonight. Enjoy. I'm going to bed. Backflips into his homemade bedroll. He's got his thing where he basically stakes his cloak out over for shelter and makes himself a little lean-to, and then just
Alaric and Sabine. Unless Alaric is not amenable to the idea of being woken up, and then it's just Sabine.
He's woken up with a startle. And all that rain and water that's like been beating on him and pulling in the folds of his face, his nostrils, his mouth, gets all snorted out in a flourish as he goes upright and sits up and looks around, his wet hair kind of sloshing about. What? Whoa. We leaving?
no. You're going to sit on that log and stare into the distance.
I don't want to do that.
You have to, or we'll all get eaten.
Fine.
Nice.
I'm so amenable to common sense. Holy shit. No one likes getting eaten. Giggity.
And then they'd have to eat your food through our guts, she said. She goes to
Keep
sleep.
going. Kellen murmurs, "It's all part of the flavor."
So, give me some perception rolls, you two.
All right.
Well, shit.
Nice.
Well, 12.
We're doing great.
Perfection.
Is there anything specific you both would like to talk about? Or do we skip for the sake of brevity?
Not out of Alaric's own volition.
Sabine would try and use the water to style his hair.
He will not let such a thing happen or come to be.
Please, it's so messy.
But I can fix it later. Leave it alone.
Just let me part it, please.
Let you part it? What do you mean?
Your hair is so bad.
What?
And all at once, trouble started.
It's with the water and everything, it looks weird. Just, I can make it look pretty. Please, I'm asking, I'm begging.
We haven't been here longer than 10 minutes, and already you're acting rotten.
I'm
You think
not.
I'll lay your hands on my hair? Never.
I can make you prettier.
No, you couldn't.
Bet.
Or with such an ugly heart, you couldn't.
Ooh, okay. That's rude.
As you are arguing,
We're now in trouble.
it would be you that catches it, Alaric. Sabine hyper fixated on the hair.
That was the whole point.
It would be your something that catches out of your attention. It's almost odd. It doesn't look right. The tree line visibly shuddering, and a tree getting taller, raising some dozen feet higher than the others, and then beginning to move.
Is Sabine speaking at this moment?
Listen, I'm not calling you uglier. I'm ugly or anything. I'm saying I can make you better.
Look! He points off towards the tree line. Trees are moving.
She'll look.
You look out. And for you, you don't see anything.
I don't see anything except your
See anything?
except
All
your
right.
five calyx.
How about this? Start japping that mouth to wake everybody up. I'll keep a lookout.
All right. I'm gonna go poke everyone awake. Okay. So with Silveril, I've learned my lesson. I'm looking for a stick with a good amount of distance, and I'm just gonna try and poke her from a distance so I don't get sorted this time.
Roll me an investigation. Ooh, DC was 25. No.
No.
You managed to find what appears to be like an abandoned, like walking stick.
All right. So after waking up, like Kellen and Marana and Yuria, deep breath with Silveril, as she has woken her up several times. She kind of gives the Sariel equivalent of the cross, like the Catholic spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch, Sariel equivalent. And she gives her a gentle poke on her shoulder from a distance.
She she would wake up and same fashion as she has before, hilt first, going towards wherever the stick is, and it grinds up the stick, shaving off part of its bark and knoll up until it hits like a half of a branch, right, and it just like snaps off, and she stops. What is it?
Alaric saw something.
Seriously?
Yes, he told me to wake everybody up.
He saw something. And you poking me with a stick?
Yes, because
you
every time I
check
wake you
what
up,
it is?
it's because every time I try and wake you up, you pull your sword on me.
Do you understand anything about?
And she kind of like stops and puts her sword down and just kind of zenly closes her eyes again.
Apparently the trees are moving, and not like regular moving, but like getting up and walking moving.
She would straighten her ears out.
We'll try to take a look at this moving tree stuff.
You, my man. Roll me a perception check at disadvantage.
Ay, ay, ay.
Just get a patron.
There it goes, sort of.
Decent.
Yep.
Decent.
Yep.
You attempt to follow where Alaric is pointing and are swiftly reminded of your inability to see in the dark. Aside from your flickering campfire, which is struggling to even remain, it's hard to see anything out there.
Yuria, grouchily, having just managed to go to sleep before she's woken up, rubs one of her eyes. She also looks into the distance to see whatever the hell they're talking about.
Roll a perception check with your freaky devil eyeballs.
I was gonna say, I imagine the first thought is look around.
You
we can't.
see nothing.
Nobody's seeing shit at this party.
Peering out into the darkness with better dark vision than some of the people who naturally have it, you peer out into the darkness and see nothing. This motherfucker woke you up to be petty.
Oh, and that's exactly what's going on in Yuria's head as she stops rubbing her eye and they narrow and the slits turn to Alric. I correct myself. It needed salt and pepper. She starts going back to bed.
What are you talking about?
There's nothing out there, she snarks. She grouchily goes to lay back down.
There is, you idiot. I saw it myself. The tree parted, it lengthened. Something was there. I heard the creaks, the movement.
Silver will look out into the tree line
Roll a perception check.
while she's holding the very tips of her ears upward and trying to stretch them out.
Peering out there, you see the tree line. Nothing's moving.
There is nothing there.
When it's confirmed, you just hear this groan from Yuria.
There was something there before. A movement, the shape of something. But as I see it now, there is nothing.
Perhaps it's gone.
She
Seeing
would
that
lay
everybody
back
woke
down.
up.
Rumbling in Elvish about trances and uninterrupted sleep and starts the 4 hours over.
I hate it here.
Can you describe what you saw?
I just did.
Well, I mean, like, details.
But that was in detail.
Ooh.
The trees were parting as though something huge was coming through them. Then some big shadow went way past them. Big, I'm telling you. And then I heard some creaking noise. And then maybe that was in my head, perhaps not. But I saw something, all right?
Hmm. It's not much to go on. I couldn't really tell you what it is just from that. Keep a wary eye out. It could just be some traveling creature just bent on doing its own thing.
Perhaps it is Sabine's fabled brother. Come get her.
With that, Sabine, her face turns visibly angry.
Why don't you go walk off into the woods, find out for us?
Silra will slam the pillows, the little like pillowy part of the end of the bedroll around her head.
Part of me thinks I should have let Hayne kill you.
Oof.
Oh, of course. You think you saved me from Hayne. If I remember correctly, I was the one facing him. But you're so arrogant enough that you take such credit, obviously. Vain like all of your people are.
You're trying to spin words into hurtful words and lies. But I know the truth. And so do you.
I don't think I do. You're delusional.
Mm. As delusional as Hayne when he had you by the face.
What is that supposed to mean?
When you were cowering in fear in his grasp.
What time? I cowered in fear in his grasp more than once.
Well, this is honest.
Or when I was so worried that he was going to kill you that I knocked him away with every fiber of my being and the help of my God so that you could live and breathe again.
If I recall correctly, you little hag, I hit him just as hard. So quit basking in your own self-made glory, could you?
His head rises as he wipes away the wet and the rain. Yes, you're both very good at being escaped convicts. Please keep watch.
I'm trying. Swear to the gods, I am.
I believe you. But only if you stay quiet for the next. And then she, passes out.
Oh no.
With that, I imagine it's a very awkward 2 hours. This sort of stiff silence. Eventually, your watch comes to an end. Aside from whatever you saw, Alaric. Otherwise uneventful.
Just to be clear, he'd be looking directly in that direction for any changes or disruptions.
Of course. Would you see none? And finally, whoever wakes up Silro. Did you say eh?
Well, it has to be 4 hours, so it's only been 2, right?
Well, it was Kellen and Yurnia, and then Alaric and Sabine.
Oh, okay.
So you are the last 4.
Yep. Okay, she's just like that.
So who's waking up Celeron again?
Not me.
Alaric walks up, kind of reaches down to take her by the chest onto anything he can hold, and he'll shake her.
She will attack him with the butt of her sword. Right into his jaw.
He's attacked.
It is a swift movement that she sleeps with it to her side, and as soon as she is shaken, it is upward and into the under part of his jaw.
I think Solo's trying to tell you guys she doesn't want to do watch anymore.
Shame.
Fair.
Don't speculate. Objection. Speculation. I don't know how to roll that, so...
You could either choose to roleplay it as a hit, or is it, are you trying to do damage?
She's attacking him with the butt of her sword to make him let go.
Roll me an attack roll with your sword then.
Good. Don't worry, Alec. You can sleep it off.
That's a 19 to hit.
Hey, she's laying down. When you're prone, then you roll a disadvantage.
I'm essentially grappled
Help me.
when
Help
I
me, please.
attack.
Please don't let him beat the shit out of me. Nope. No disadvantage for laying on the ground, apparently. Prone creature only uses a movement option is to crawl, unless it stands. Creature... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. It is disadvantage on attack rolls. So roll again.
Sage.
A 13. Is Alaric wearing his armor?
He is. And she'll hit him just the same. It's just that the only thing she accomplishes, I imagine, from laying down, given that that's what caused the failure, is that there's not enough momentum. And she catches him in the jaw and tilts his head up. And Alaric's left looking skyward, very awkwardly.
Rain
What
hitting your
are you
face.
doing? Let me go.
He lets her go.
She will keep her sword trained on his throat, the hilt of it.
What,
and
are you
pushing him
always
away.
Are you always like this? He kind of awkwardly leans away and to the side. I'm trying to wake you up. You're very tiny. It's hard not to hold onto things.
Are you insane? So you grab me to wake me up? You cannot just say something sweet from far away.
You wouldn't hear it. You wouldn't wake up.
Her right eye twitches.
I'm sure all of Elian's tear could hear.
Are you calling me loud?
I'm not calling you quiet.
She sighs, letting the sword fall away from his neck.
You're mean and terrible. It's your watch.
No, you my terrible. I am sleepy.
She turns her face away from him as she stands up and begins to don her armor.
Showing no signs of receptiveness, Alaric just goes to his little bedding and lays down.
So, Laurel, you are by yourself on the watch. I would like a perception roll, please. Is there anything you would like to do this watch? Or are we passing through it for the sake of brevity?
She would have donned her armor. She would have probably made sure her blade was tended to, like she does anytime she needs to take care of it. And probably about 2 hours in, she would probably just play with while keeping watch. She would cast prestidigitation over and over again, making little almost like dancing figures in front of the fire to make little shadows.
Oh.
Almost like a shadow picture, that would have been performed at like a theater or something. Kind of like one hand on her knee, or one elbow on her knee, her hand supporting her head, and her left hand casting Presti as she makes it act out a play for her own imagination.
And that you do. Probably replaying one of the various plays that have happened in like the theaters in the Ettenmore. Probably one you've seen with your sister.
She would have acted them out like whispering the words, and then like like just doing it to herself.
And in this moment, there's this, despite the storm above, it almost seems to fade as your imagination takes hold. There's a calm that soothes over you. And you feel a strange sense of comfort. And then you realize it. Your necklace is humming.
Mm-hmm. She would stop casting and look down at it, pulling it up in her palm.
As you stop recounting the play, as you stop casting, that humming fades. And the faint yellow glow that had begun to shine through the crystal also fades until it's dull again.
She would raise her brow and shift the tear to her right hand, and use her left hand, the same one she usually uses to cast different things, and starts doing the little show again.
It takes a moment for the show to sort of start running its course, where eventually the crystal begins to hum again, that faint glow taking hold. It's comfort and amusement.
There's always a way. She's kind of like holding it very close, like looking down at it. If there is someone watching, give me a sign. I should like to take you off next time I am bathing.
There's no response.
She's on to us.
She knows.
Anyone there?
As long as the
Be
play,
cruel to ignore.
as long as the play continues to happen, that feeling of comfort and sort of amusement is present. But the moment it stops, it fades. This is the first time you've really caught this. Roll me a history check. The only other time that you can recall, and you probably mistook it for something else, was during your performance during the Bright Festival. It's the only other time your necklace has reacted.
She would pause Presty and start singing to it.
As you begin to sing, that flickering glow begins to take actual hold and begins to glow brightly, casting light almost out to like 5 feet from you.
She would keep singing this small song about it's a small soft song with somber notes that sings about life under the sea and how it is perceived from such an angle.
Yeah, Little Mermaid?
She picked up
Under the
something
sea.
she picked up from a traveler or something at a dock or two.
Very well.
And it is called what is this song called? And it's always summer under the sea.
Do you want to sing it or do you want to roll performance?
If I sing it, do I have to roll
Nope.
performance?
That was the bit. If you sing, you don't have to
No.
roll.
Fuck.
If you don't want to sing or perform, you have to roll performance.
I'm not warmed up, but sure, I will sing if they want me to. The party. I don't want to waste time.
Wait, what? You're asking us if we want you to sing?
Yeah, I don't wanna waste time if you guys want to move on.
Oh, I mean, if you're comfortable with it, I don't have a problem.
Do whatever you feel like.
Do it, bro.
Thank you. 2 of the 6 or of the 5. I guess I'll sing.
Oh yeah, go for it. I was just ready for you to start. I was like, yeah, it's gonna happen. Do the thing.
Fuck.
Oh, do you have talent? Well, time to start singing, motherfucker.
It's always summer under the sea. I know. Oh, oh, oh. The angels have scales, and the fish take wing. I know, they welcome you. The shadows come out to dance, my friend. The shadows come to play. The shadows come to dance, my friend. And without you, they come to stay. It's always summer under the sea. I know, I know. Oh, oh, oh. I know, I know.
Thank you.
I'm pushed. I can't clap because I'm pushed up. But
Yeah, I can't
Same,
clap
but-
either.
I always look at
Maybe.
your character sheet because I'm like, all right, time to give out inspiration. And then I see you still have one.
I don't need.
Thank you. The necklace seems incredibly receptive. The glow of it almost dims to match the sort of somber tone. Not going out completely, not flickering as it was before, but holding a very steady glow to it until eventually fading as the song fades.
Fine.
She would glance to Yuria, sleeping, and kind of bite at the corner of her lip before she looks back at the necklace, feeling quite almost. It's an odd combination of hopeful and embarrassed.
Olwen, if you can hear me. My comrades and I would like to seek guidance on something. What am I doing? We would like to seek guidance on something called the Terror of the South. What am I doing?
She would drop it against her neck and put her hands on her head.
Foolish.
Is it guidance you seek? Not often I ask or answer what amounts to a prayer.
It is not often I pray. Guidance or some kind of assistance, I suppose. Am I going crazy? Are you real?
Silver, you saw me bleed. You watched me wounded, saved me. I'm very real.
I know that you're real. I just meant real here in my head.
with the necklace you bear upon your person. Should you desire it, you'll be able to return to my domain. After your dealings with this basilisk king, return to my domain. I will offer what guidance I can against the terror of the Southlands.
Thank you. We shall. So you do listen.
Connection's gone.
Hello. And she like tilts her head down and picks up the necklace again.
The light already beginning
Hello?
to fade.
Hello?
And with
She kind
that,
of holds it up to her eye and closes the left one.
Can you see me? Can I see you?
and with that, your watch is over. As some of you might awake to see Silver.
Like, you know how a jeweler will like hold jewels up to like the little magnifying eyepiece? There's no eyepiece. She's just holding it up, like squeezing the left side of her face tightly closed, and like her cheeks pulling upward. She's like looking into it.
Hello. It would be quite evil not to tell me I'm being watched.
Is it still raining?
Absolutely.
Yuria, like a zombie from out of the grave, rises, soaked, sniveling, wiping away water, and her bleary eyes look over to see Siluril, like tapping on his gem and speaking to it. A few rub of the eyes.
Blink. Blink, blink.
Yep, like
Hello.
just as her eyes get into focus. Dame, what are you doing?
She will. At this point, she has her mouth like open and it's in front of her mouth, and she's like, like breathing hot air onto it. She goes, and she like lets it fall to her chest.
Nothing. That was a mark.
A what?
That's not true. I was. How did you sleep?
It's just
She looks like she's like very strained, like holding her breath as she looks up at you.
Yuria is just looking at you like face just droopy, like a zombie. Hair just wet in like clumped mats around her face. And then she, with no further questions, she just kind of rises and starts putting the things away mechanically.
Looking like a wraith.
Absolutely. Just like the question was there, you made a response. There was no registration on the other end. There was just movement.
Sorrel kind of sits back and like tucks the the tear back into her neck piece and her armor, and then just like kind of puts her fingers together and her gauntlets and tinks them. Tink, tink, boopy, boopy. Kind of like shifts and picks up her sword like all awkwardly and starts sharpening it.
Who would like to roll me a d4 as everybody gets up?
I will.
Damn it.
Roll the d4.
Aurora will start picking up camp like she always does.
A 2. As the party is getting themselves situated, picking up camp, what have you, the rain lessens to a sort of light drizzle. That heavy rainfall now beginning to subside and fade. This lingering remnant of the rain still present. You feel the occasional drop that strikes your forehead or your face or your cloak. But at least for today, it's light rain.
Silver will cast Presty and dry herself.
That you do.
Just she flips her hair and all the water goes in one direction. She goes
An
sprays
excess of
behind her.
water.
Just goes back here and just.
A super soaker just went off.
You hear a slight wheezed groan behind you as water hits Yuri in the face.
No. Then she flipped it this way.
Oh, I thought we were already on the move.
You guys are still getting your camp stuff set up. Is there anything anybody would like to do this morning on the 4th of Dawn?
Die.
You are well rested, but soaked. Save for one who is no longer soaked anymore.
She's completely dry. Looks great. No
Yeah.
water, nothing.
Yep. It's only now that your coat is beginning to catch the few, like the light rain, which most of it's rolling off, so. If there's nothing, no objections, then we move back to the exploration screen.
Eventually, on the road, Yuria would notice Siluril being dried as she finally wakes up. And there's just this exhausted, defeated sigh. All right. What do you want?
Hmm?
For that, she gestures to your clean state, hands sort of just gesturing around you.
You're pointing at all of me. What do you want?
Your state, your unwetted state. What do you want in exchange?
Contrary to much you've probably dealt with in your life, you merely only need to ask. I may not
I did last time.
regard you. Last time was different. I still do not trust you the same as before, but do not owe me anything.
She would cast Presty, and her hair just like flips up. All the water goes.
There's just this long, relief sighs. She can feel dry bones again.
Your head is 3 times lighter.
Oh. I've never prayed before, but now I'm tempted. Oh, that's so much better. You know, I still do owe you. As a matter of fact, you've still saved my life. Twice now.
No, that is not. That is not for owing or anything like that. It is my duty to do so.
Isn't your duty to your house?
My duty is to my house and its lands. You are in its lands. A guest of it, as far as I am aware.
And she kind of
Guess?
questioning, like looks at her.
She sort of snorts. Well, if a prisoner is a guest, then yes, I am that.
As
It's not-
always, despite my personal opinions that are formed, we are comrades. I disgraced myself before by denying you it. Do not become confused, though. I will fight you on things I believe in, but something as simple as making you dry so you do not get sick is something that is my duty.
Yuria regards you a moment, obviously thinking things over. You can see she sort of brushes away whatever she was thinking about with a wave of her hand. Well, you have 4 others who also require your honor-bound magic.
She would grin and kind of lean towards Yuria.
Yes. But they have not asked.
She grins.
You see this aristocratic nose lift as refined brows rise with it, and then a hint of a smirk. Well, if that's how you want to play it out. Very well.
Silver would lightly chuckle as she shakes her head.
If there is anyone who wants to be dry, let me know.
She looks at Kellen.
I'm unsure if being dry will hinder your function.
Rolling out from his makeshift lean-to, he looks fairly dry, actually. At least for now, until he steps into the rain, of course.
It is a light rain. So, unless you're standing still, you'll be fine.
Now he's pulling his cloak down from the lean-to and swinging it back on with the hood up. You learn how to stay dry in the wild. You spend enough time out in it. But thank you.
She'll look at everyone else.
Morana kind of looks like a sad, wet puppy.
The nobles are sad and noble. Save
Nobly
us.
sad.
Save us from this wretched place called reality.
Nobly sad.
I mean, if you're offering.
She would look at Morana, regard her for a moment. She'll move her left hand and cast Presty to make her dry, but she will not really offer any conversation.
Anyone else?
Please.
Presty.
Thank you.
While that's happening, you know what I'm going to ask for.
No, I forgot.
Pick a hex. Give me a roll.
Oh, that way.
We rolling survival or D100?
I need both.
I'll roll a D100. Cal, survival dude.
Mr. Survival Man.
Survival man.
Survival, please.
Ooh, Ancient White. Let's go.
Ooh, 13.
Am I getting the help from Alaric? But Adam falls asleep.
I did not, and
There
you're
you are.
getting the help from Alaric.
Oh, wow, double 17. Look at that.
It is foretold.
Foretold
Let's see.
indeed.
That's the number
Give
we
me a
need.
moment.
Hey, you like that unlucky 13?
I need another D100 from
Yay.
Yuria.
To
I'm so
determine
glad
how
I
you're
could
going
be
to
here.
get fucked up.
It's looking good, guys. This is the part where I pick high or low, right? After I roll?
Let's see.
Why does it sound like he's leaving to go get something?
Yeah.
What's
Like,
he
like, hold on, let me go to my car.
I know I left the bad, naughty things under the bed. Hold on.
I'm leaning to look at my other monitor. You would see, as you all are now traveling through this section of plains, there are a small cluster of trees that have sort of like very small vegetation around it. There are a lot of these sort of grazing fields that are out here. And as you're walking, why don't you roll me? Let's see.
You know, I was thinking today, I didn't roll enough, in my life.
Roll me a 1d3.
No.
Is that even a real dice?
It is in this
Oh, it's-
table.
Nice, let's go.
One.
Just one of a thing, right? That's what that means?
Correct.
Epic. Only one to ask.
You would see a strange glint in the air as you're walking. This sort of what appears to be like dancing lights that almost seem to flicker and sort of move through the air. And there appears to be about 3 of them. They momentarily flash this brilliant light, and they begin to sort of rapidly change colors. You would see as one of them goes from red to purple to blue, the other one going from yellow to orange to green. And you would see them sort of drifting through the air and just changing colors. And as you approach, them sort of intersecting with your path, you would hear giggling.
Oh. Ooh.
And that's where we're going to edit for tonight's session.
Ooh. Ooh. Don't like that.
We do a little trolling.
Thank you guys so much for playing.
Fuck you.
Ooh. Don't like that.
We will pick this up on the 3rd of June.
No,
For
it's
episode-
a horror movie. I don't like. Oh God.
Episode 24 of Cometh the Fall.
Oh, would you look at that? I can't come next week. How crazy it's weird. You just played out me, though.
What do you mean? Aren't you excited? We went off to go fight a basilisk, to go fight the terror, and now we're gonna get drawn into the Feywild because of a random roll. Let's go.
I don't want.
We're veering off course again. It's RTS all
Exploration,
over.
baby.
Where am I? I
Ooh.
have to get milk.
Flagstone campaign. Guess what, Chuckle Fox? You're in the Feywild now.
No!
I don't
I'd
like.
We come
rather
back.
be.
We come back and it's been like 100 years.
I sent you to kill a basilisk. We fought God.
Is this the same? You know, Feywild is like every Feywild.
A court's a court, right? I say as I enter
What?
the court of winter.
Woo!
What do you mean, Solero?
I'm just wondering, are all Feywilds connected or?
Are you asking if my Feywild is like Faerun's Feywild?
I don't. Faerun, what's that?
Faerun is the
Standard D&D.
the standard D&D setting. The
I
world.
don't know.
Ah, because if you're asking, no, my Feywild is different.
Is it Fey Mile?
I'm not here with him. I'm not in this.
I do not know this person. Goodbye.
This is a strange man. I don't know him.
Well, thank you guys for playing.
No.
For those in chat, for as long as the players wish to stick around, feel free to highlight any questions you may have with your channel points. They will get read first. Any other questions will get read later. Those questions could be for myself, for the players, any questions pertaining to the campaign, about the characters, what have you.
Just to suffer.
To roll
Sorry.
with 13
Let's go.
and then a 38.
What's the significance?
You'll find out.
Yeah.
Explain now.
Nice.
You rolled on a table.
Nice try.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
I
did.
rolled on the internet.
You rolled on a table.
Congratulations. Why is 13? Is 13 itself a separate number from a different chart? I hope it is.
You have no idea. Just know that you rolled on a table.
What if I rolled off a table?
Hey, I want you to know, my dad liked your singing, Solarel. Somebody's father listened to you sing.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm glad you liked it.
Maybe I missed it, but can you describe what a basilisk looks like? Yes, I can.
You ever played Final Fantasy?
A basilisk is a sort of malformed or misshapen drake. It has 8 legs and is generally considered a medium creature. Its normal size, or at least how it's regarded, is depending on age, either the size of a full-grown Labrador or the size of a pony. It has a very wide sort of mouth with rows of sharp stone-chewing teeth. It has numerous protruding spikes that run from the tip of its forehead all the way down to the length of its tail. And it also has, generically, 2 eyes that glow a very soft, cyan color.
I will always associate basilisks with the big snake things from Final Fantasy.
See,
Yeah.
I see a Harry Potter basilisk. I see the big Harry Potter basilisk that they stabbed in the head.
Oh.
Oh, wow. That is very different than the basilisk in my brain pan.
Oh?
Oh, I see World of Warcraft ones. Like the
Gotcha.
shittily rendered ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They look more like crocodiles.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think of the Final Fantasy ones because I played 10 when I was very young. And I'll always remember that part right before you fight Sin for the first time and they get fucking creamed and there's that canyon you have to walk through. That's scarring. Because it spams you with basilisks while you're walking merrily through. And they'll one-shot your characters. Unrevivable. They're great.
This is the Harry Potter best.
Right now, 6-way fight between the party who's winning. Problem is, they're all very strong in their own right. My top 3 contenders. Top 3 contenders would have to be Yuria, Siluril, and No, it'd have to be Yuria, Marana, and Sabine.
Surprises me.
You're very
I'm
fast.
shocked.
You're very fast.
You have the ability to fly.
Good point.
I know, that's why I said it. And Yuria has darkness. And is the only one capable of seeing in and out of darkness.
Let's go. The ability that will work on my party and no one else. Because the DM will always think, okay, but that asshole has darkness, so I have to make sure this thing can see in or out of it.
What are you talking about?
What?
You've only fought one thing that could see in darkness.
I know the 29
And it was an
pages of monsters
aberration.
that- I know the 29 pages of monsters that don't give a shit, okay? I know.
So things got a tad spicy between Alec and Sabine. How's that mindset going at the moment?
He brought up and mocked her brother and called her ugly. She wants to stab him in the kneecap.
It's amazing what rain can do to people.
Ooh, that
He
is spicy.
meant everything he said.
What a guy.
Never mind, it's not the rain. Take it back.
Rain brings out the sin in people.
When do the morning chickens get to return the favor? When the party eventually fights a bunch of abyssal chickens. And they fucking bloodlet one of the party members.
I mean, that would have
Look at
happened.
this thing.
That is definitely what would happen.
Huge.
If Alaric had tried to talk to the chickens and been like, this one? Yeah, he's going to die. And you're going to watch.
One of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
The rooster brandishes a fucking greatsword.
This chicken I'm killing right now for a greater purpose.
Just imagining Yuri using the darkness tactic to attempt to shield itself from the basilisk's gaze, only to realize she's got devil sight.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. I have thought of that. I don't
I
have a lot
can't
of
see
spells
it.
to choose
Makes
from.
eye contact with the monster.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Oh my god. And then the darkness just pulls in on itself and there's a Uriah statue.
It's one of those fucking Dark Souls 2 vases that adds madness while you get close to it. What's that noise? What's that bar?
Ironically saves the rest of us from seeing it.
Why am I dying?
Dude, madness was literally that moment of riding up the hill and being like, well, those rats look weird. And then a bar starts filling with an icon I've never seen.
What
I'm
is
like, what
that?
the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? And I try to move and it just keeps filling.
Stop. Stop.
What's happening? And I fall off my horse because my fucking eyeballs explode.
No. You hate to see it.
Oh my god, I say, trying to sprint away from it as the bar fills again. Horrible.
I think it was the soldiers in Volcano Manor who were just looked like the average Lendale soldier until you get close and they're like, and then I Kamehameha. And you're like, wait, what?
Gotcha. They grab you. Hey, want to see a neat trick? They stare into your eyes.
Madness.
Your skull begins to melt.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Oh. My God.
The players got any questions for me? Do you feel like I explained your hunt good enough for you?
Oh, as soon as you described what the basilisk was, I'm like, I know what that motherfucker is.
I was like,
Is that
oh,
what it looks
no.
like? Is that what it looks like?
A snake?
If you haven't noticed, Sabine's already going down that path, Fundin, of like trying to figure out ways to keep at a distance and do it gently as not to be mean.
One of us needs to take up the bagpipes. That'll wake her up.
I think you described the basilisk pretty well for a description. And that, how well you described it, will be tested when we fight it. I'll let you know. We come back to Reynolds. Yo, that was not anything like you said, bro.
He did.
What the fuck?
He did tell you that, like, the normal basilisk, the mates, you should
Bro.
expect being able to fight like normal basilisks.
You didn't say this bitch could fly?
So he should be like, it does what?
He's like, wait a minute. We just start making shit up.
Yo, that
Yeah,
thing
long it
started
takes to
blinking,
realize.
bro. You didn't tell me a Misty Step? What the fuck?
He's like, wait a minute. Fuck you, kids.
Thank you, Octal. Thank you for coming out and supporting the players and myself. It means a lot.
The statues start moving. Turns out it knows necromancy.
Ooh, knows animate object.
Yep.
That'd be some fucking metal shit, though. Holy fuck. Let me just.
Oh, no.
What have you
Nice.
done?
I'll just grayscale these
That'll-
tokens real quick.
No.
That'll be the new game plus version of it.
Ah, yes. Our CTF new game, NG Plus run.
That is what Reynold warned them of, is that not only can it project its thoughts telepathically, Fundin, it can also read creatures' thoughts. So it's
Oh, so it's not a snake, it has legs?
correct.
Yeah.
I said it had 8 legs multiple times.
Gross. Hate that.
Yeah, it's not nearly as cool as any other basilisk. It's probably the lamest basilisk out of any fucking IP, honestly.
What?
Kind of cringe.
Oh god. I didn't say that. I don't know him.
Well, that's right.
I'm just saying.
Are you
it
talking
looks
shit
like-
about the basilisk?
Yes, I
The
am.
DC just went up by 1.
I don't care.
I'm
I'm still
not in
right.
his part.
The DC of what?
Petrifying gaze.
Oh,
The save. The save.
the save.
Which is not my fault. It looks like a fucking lizard fucked a cockroach, alright? That's not my fault.
Fuck.
DC went up by another 1.
Is that just for him or?
You'll find out.
Oh, I don't like that.
But yeah, Reynold told you guys that, hey, this shit's not normal. No basilisk should be able to project its thoughts to lure in people with a crying woman. Something's very wrong. Somebody has been fucking with monsters, and that's a no-no. That's real bad.
Yep.
You should
That's
probably
true.
deal with that.
Innate psionic latent ability, very cringe.
Yeah,
Unnatural.
it's a fucking freak, is what I meant to
it's
say.
Totally. Mm-hmm.
You mean the ability to telepathically project your thoughts. Talk
Cringe.
to another person without moving your lips. It's fucking cringe.
Crate. It's fucking. He takes his mask off. It's Creighton. I told you the next time I saw you.
I told you. Poking around in my head. I'm killing that bitch.
I'm glad we made these friends along the way.
Imagine having psionic abilities. Absolutely fatherless behavior.
Ooh, Roz. I have a father. Blake, however, is about to lose a father. So fight me. All we have to do is nothing.
All we have to do is not. That's right. That is correcto mundo.
The crying woman is just Yuria when she falls down a small divot inside the cave.
Ow, my shoulder.
Ah, help me.
Help!
Completely rolls her ankle. Like, ah!
It's just like,
Oh, hold on. Somebody's knocking on my door. Come in.
Special guest.
by the way that the gremlin knocked, I can only assume it was one person. Striker. That son of a
I got-
bitch.
Get him. Get his ass.
I'm being bribed post game with
Uh-huh.
gummy worms. So she wants me to lower the DC by 1.
I mean,
But there's no softness
How
in this
much?
house. The DC went up by 5.
nice.
Look, she gave me. She opened up the door and looked absolutely mortified.
Eh.
Sedge.
What kind of gummy worms, though?
Some sour worms. I really like them.
Oh, the trolley ones? Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, sour ones are fucking good.
To
I'm
show that
currently
I have no favoritism, I'm going to target her the most.
Good,
Okay.
good. Thank you, Siluril. Your sacrifice is noted. We will write you in the halls of adventures if we find them. We're gonna put your name on the.
Oh,
city
you're a
tier.
good friend of mine? Well, I can't have anybody thinking that I like you more than the others.
That's what Atomic used to do to me.
Correct.
Good.
Why do you think Evelyn died as soon as she did? I had to show
'Cause she
people
tried
that.
to play dead next to an executioner.
I had to show people. Yeah, she may be Momo, but her character could still die.
How much for that commission?
Do it again.
Get him back.
You think just because you have character art, you're saved?
That reminds me,
No.
though.
I'm killing you twice.
Oh, that means I mean, that's true for SOE.
Yes. We just have, like,
Where's
punch
my 8
cards
left?
there.
Yeah, what the fuck?
No, see, the problem is that you came in Uriah with a backup character that's dope.
Shit.
So the problem now is that if you die,
But my main character's also dope. In fact, I'd
Amazing.
say it's way more dope. No, it's way cooler, I swear.
it's like,
What the
please,
fuck?
please.
It's a backup. I didn't put that much thought into Please. It's just a concept, bro.
That shit's about to become a reality.
No.
Oh, God.
Why? Now I have to go
Yes.
figure out what his fucking clan is, you piece of shit.
I mean, so like, the situation is, right, that you guys can get in over your head, right? There will
What?
be situations that
The terror of the Southlands is in over our head. I don't believe you.
situations that you could not
I
win,
don't,
right?
I
And
don't
that's
believe.
purely because, you know, the bad guys want to win too. Not all the bad guys, because there are some bad guys that aren't smart enough to know that they want to win. But there are some bad guys that want to survive, and then there are some that want to win.
Imagine
So-
being a bad guy that doesn't want to survive nor win.
Yeah, those are generally like oozes.
It's the fucking lich who's from the comic where he's like, "Oh my god, finally!"
Oh, adventurers! Oh, kill me!
Oh,
The
God, that
fucking
one.
barbarian
Wait.
comes in. And he's like, "I am a man pure of heart. I have come to slay you."
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
have you laid with the fairer sex? I mean, yeah, but no. That comic is good. That's
Get
cool.
the fuck out of here, bro! It's over. I'll be back. Not unless you can
Yes,
unfuck that
Fuck
girl.
that girl! Yes!
I love that guy. That's my favorite villain ever. Where he's just
The lich is like, what?
rude.
Rude.
Done.
I would say, given what you guys have experienced thus far in all of my campaigns, I would say 1 through 10. Level 1 through 10 is like,
Mhm.
it's the danger zone.
That's a lot of danger zone.
Correct.
In
I would say
fact,
kind of like 1 through 5. Like, once you hit 5, you're in a good place. And
I'm-
then again, when you hit 10.
I would say
did you
Good
play
place.
SOE?
I
Or
would
did you
say
just,
good
like,
place
Pass out during that part.
if you had a healer.
Yeah.
1 through 5 would be a good place if you had a healer. You don't.
Mhm.
You're relying on the kindness and generosity of your paladins.
Mhm.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
one
No
cure
revival
wounds
fire.
from Silura, once short rest or long rest. I can't remember which.
Guys, look, I'm trying to get with the DM to make what's the fucking spell? Weird reconstruction, okay? It'll happen.
Chance to bleed your party member.
Shh, don't tell them that part. Don't let them know. I want that to be a surprise.
Was that the
I
weird
just
reconstruction from Darkest Dungeon that you're talking about?
Maybe.
Yep.
Nice. Actually,
just-
funny enough, I found that spell to be more reliable and better than the priestess heal.
I just
Vestals.
want to
all the
heal
time.
them for like
Yeah.
huge amounts of HP, and then one roll when it really counts.
One
You're a
roll.
crit.
Sabine, 2 HP,
There's just
one level of exhaustion, and you're like, weird reconstruction. It fucking 0.
We just stand there, and you're like,
Zero clip crit bleed
there's
for
just
2 every round.
silence, and then Sabine's like, well, what happened? And I'm like, shrug. And
And
then
she
she tries to
internally
attack, and then DM's on her turn, like, by the way, take 2 damage.
She fucking explodes. Bleeding
my
out of
God.
every orifice.
I want that to be a reality.
Oh my god.
I just want to say that I smack Alaric and put 3 levels of smite into it.
Oh my god.
You don't have 3 levels of smite.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
3 spell levels? Yes, I do.
You mean you smite me 3 times?
No, you can read it. You can throw all 3 levels on one smite.
Read it. No,
You
Only
can throw
have-
all spell slots into 1 smite.
Correct.
All spell slots.
Correct.
all of them?
Are you sure all of them?
The whole thing? The full bundle.
All of them?
Yeah, you
They're
can,
not like
you can. I think you can burn all your spell slots for
just
smite.
Correct.
Mm,
I think I think there's a cap. I think it's
No.
5.
No, it's 1d8 for every
Oh.
spell slot above level 1.
But that's what it is.
yeah.
So it's 2d8 to start, and then you burn a first level spell slot, and
So
it's
she's being insane.
3d8, and then you burn a second level spell slot, and it's 4d8.
and then you burn another second spell slot.
I haven't gotten to play a paladin in
To a
very
maximum
long time.
of 5d8.
So she's being insane again.
I thought it could be several spell levels. Up to 5d8.
The spell
God.
levels, you can't put more than 1 spell slot into it, though.
So you could use a 3rd level spell slot to get an extra like 2d8 off of it. So.
Yeah.
So you can
Imagine-
accumulate spell slots, like first spell slot, second spell slot, like that.
So it's 2d8 for spending a first level spell slot. And then you bump it up with a second level to make it 3d8. Third level to
you're
make it
still-
4d8.
But yeah, you're still only spending a 2nd level spell slot of
So a
the
single
spell
one.
slots that you have available. Yes. It just matters what level that slot is.
So it's just 1. We're good.
And then it has a cap. Up to 5d8. Unless the creature is undead, then 6d8.
Yeah, because you only get a maximum of 5th level spells.
Imagine if it was unkept though, and like paladins were just these assholes that walked around and they just fought normally until that one time they hit you, and then you get Thanos snapped, and
Well, when
everyone
you
just
when you crit,
watches this man turn to dust.
you crit the divine smite too. So 5d8
Let's go.
turns into 10d8.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's why they
I
always
got-
save their last slot for the
For
crit.
crit. Yep.
Yep.
10d8. Well, that was a mediocre roll. That was a 44.
Oh no. Just a cool 44 damage.
If we can imagine, by the time that a paladin has 5th level spells, they're level 17.
Yeah.
So 44 damage at level 17 is pretty meh. When
Yeah.
you have the ability to warp time,
no.
and you have way other cooler abilities for 5th level spells like Geas.
Giga.
Oh, I was just looking at like a 17th level rogue. They crit sneak attack. That's 18d6.
Is that why everybody like multi-classes, like as soon as they hit level 5 paladin, they're like, I'm done with this class. Later.
Yep, they get that first like ability they get in their oath, and they're like, "See ya."
Yeah, it's either to 5 or it is to 7, depending on the oath. And then the rest into another class. It's purely so you get extra attack. You have the ability to divine smite. You have the ability to do some spell casting, which can be beneficial depending on what you're multi-classing into. But overall, having your oath features, and generally your level 3 oath feature is fucking huge. Like, it's It's the equivalent of the shit they would give you at level 1 for 4th edition. Generally. So like Conquest, 3rd level, pretty fucking big.
Ooh, yeah, that one's tight. Vengeance also. Nothing like some Vengeance paladins.
That's right.
Yeah, but my Berserker Barbarian.
Ew. Ew. Shut the fuck up. Nobody plays
Bro.
that.
But I love it's so good.
Shut up. Nobody plays
It's
that.
so good. Guys, you
You're
should all drop what
disgusting.
you're doing right now and play a Berserker Barbarian
Ew.
right now.
You want to
Bro.
know what child got left behind by WotC? Berserker Barbarian. Ew.
Yeah, it's true. I think that one, and it was either Undying or Undead Warlock. It was like the sad
the
boys.
Undying Warlock is
Yeah, the Undying.
bad. Undead
Sag.
Warlock. Undying? Meh.
Sag.
Yeah, no, the Undead
What
Warlock
other
looks
class
pretty cool.
just got like... Oh yeah, Artificer Alchemist, I think, also.
It's not the worst. It's kind of like meh. Alchemist is kind of meh. It's got a lot of RNG in it to be a little bit unreliable as a class.
Isn't Arcan the fucking Tiamat follower? Yeah, the Dragonborn. You tell me he's a fucking barbarian? I could have swore he was
No.
like a paladin or whatever. Oathbreaker.
Arcan the Cruel?
Yeah, he's the worshiper of Tiamat. He fucking ganked off his own hand to slip on the hand of Vecna.
Arr.
Yeah, he did it real quick and smoothly.
He's a paladin barbarian multi-class. Is he a berserker paladin?
Okay, so Ross, here's the thing about Berserker Barbarians. When they frenzy, their frenzy's really good. When they're done, I think it's called frenzy. It's like their rage. When they're
Yeah.
done frenzying, they get a level of exhaustion,
Which
they have
is
to roll for
real
it?
neat.
not
No.
good.
I thought they roll for it.
No, there's no roll. When you rage
You
in, you
just-
suffer one
when
level.
you're done being mad, you just go home, I guess. Take a nap. You're just like, all right, I'm gonna see you guys. I'm tired.
Yeah,
Get
that
the-
could really fuck you over.
Well,
get
you
the-
choose when to frenzy, so you could probably frenzy when you know, like, you're gonna rest after the fight.
I mean, that's
yeah.
I mean, yeah. If you're playing it very meta, where like you know your dungeon master's routine, where it's like, oh, we get like one combat encounter in. I know we can rest afterwards.
It's just raging. What
But,
are
like-
the variables of raging? You know what I mean?
Wait, what? The variables or values?
No, it's like in this meaning.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, how do you define raging at a meta level?
Oh no, I was
What-
talking about like you only do the frenzy when you know you're gonna rest afterwards. How do you know you're gonna rest afterwards unless you know your dungeon master's style, which is
Yeah.
like one combat encounter and then a rest.
And I mean, also, you're saving up until the end of every dungeon to actually do what barbarians do.
Without looking at combat like it's a fixed pattern, you can just say, well, this is really hard fight, and my character needs to push to the limits, which is what I imagine is what frenzy stands for. And then you do that, and if conditions take you to another fight, then shit.
What if there's two hard fights? Or better yet, what if the hard fight includes somebody who can like hold person, and then you're just fucked?
Yeah, my thought immediately
Sleep.
went to you guys fighting Suriel the Night Slayer, and then immediately fighting the Deacons of the Deep. And I imagining you guys with 1 point of exhaustion, that would have been a much faster fight.
Action economy be like. Yeah. Or you just fight one wizard who has the sleep spell. It puts you to sleep. And then your frenzy's done. And you wake up exhausted.
Man, that sleep was fucking lame, bro. I slept on my neck. Zealot is one of my favorite barbarian subclasses. I really like the
Not
theme
dying
of
is
it.
pretty neat.
It is. Your god fronting the bill for your resurrection's pretty pog. I got you, homie.
Finally, a class that recognizes my reckless stupidity.
600 GP, please. Your god just swiping his credit card. I fucking hate this.
Saren, he's dead again. I need him back.
Why won't you motherfuckers just stay dead? Raven Queen, bring back our friends, please.
I feel like that's how she was getting on SOE there for a second.
She was meant to die thousands of years ago. You want me to bring her back?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
You know my realm is weakening, right? It's actually weak at the moment.
I'm losing power steadily.
It's like, well, she was meant to
All right.
die, but didn't.
But I
so,
also
you
need
know,
you to bring back this ancient one.
Bring back the dragon. What?
I think that was probably the
we're
nail.
roping through the dragon.
I feel like that was that's where Saren snapped.
What you're doing
Especially-
is incredibly reckless and foolish and dumb.
Yeah, but
When
No,
has
bud.
that stopped us?
love,
No but.
love finds a way.
Just to the back of Talados's head.
Like, one of these days, we're just gonna see like her invisible hand just come out of nowhere and just smack him in the back of the head. Hat goes flying.
Like, wear your fucking hood. Okay.
We
Just
got
gonna-
an
son of a bitch.
aesthetic here.
What is dead is supposed to stay dead, except for you.
She's gonna show up, put like cuffs on him, and drag him to the underworld. Nope. Stop talking. Straight to jail.
This one's coming with me. Any objections? I didn't think so.
We're kind of in the middle of a fight. Like we're fighting a dragon. Yeah, that's cool.
Random
guys soon.
question. See you later. Random question and last question. What is everyone's favorite spell or ability for their class?
Hey, Dia.
Yeah.
Did you know I have darkness?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think I'm aware. Just maybe.
Anyway, Luna. Funny you should ask. I like Devil's Sight. It's really neat when you're human and you don't have dark vision.
It's super clutch as a human.
It
Holy
is
shit.
extremely clutch.
Dude, I
Even
took
if
it on Rowan.
It is Omega good. Omega Poggers. Very underrated. I wish I had Mask of Many Faces too. It's not one I have, but it looks like a fun incantation.
Isn't that, don't you get multiple incantations as you level up?
As you
If I
level
was
up, yeah.
taking more levels in Warlock, I would.
Ooh, that's right.
Yeah.
Dumb bitch.
I am a dumb bitch. I am, in fact, a dumb hoe.
Well, like I said before, there are abilities and things that you can find out in the world. So you could potentially find more invocations by defeating other warlocks or finding, you know, weird eldritch pieces of lore and, you know, retake what is yours, son of man.
Uh-oh. I sniff the Wizard King's bum fumes.
Nice. You gain the ability to see magic.
Nice. That wasn't even the reason I did it. It just smells neat. It's like gasoline.
Is that ozone?
I just like the smell.
Wizard Kings are just like, what the fuck?
Hey, you know, Sebastian, this is gonna blow up in like 15 minutes. What?
Huh?
Did you
He's
find a
doing-
way to get us out of here?
He's doing whippets.
I'm gonna do these whippets and pass out now. Goodbye.
Did you find a way to get us out of here?
Just passes
Out.
the fuck out. Bolt termination in 10 minutes. Boing. Boom.
Just
I just imagine like arcane
Arcane.
whippets are a
Bro,
hell of a thing.
I'm fucking arcaned out of my gourd right now.
Siluriel, what's your favorite spell or ability for your class?
Well, I really like I really like Psionic Stroke just because it's cool and it has a lot of RP potential. I can really just kind of flourish a lot of my fighting and RP of fighting with it. Same with telekinetic movement. But probably my favorite is the Protective Wings because they're just really cool. And they tie into my character's backstory, so I like them a lot.
Hell yeah. Sabine, favorite ability?
Aura of Devotion I'm looking forward to, which is, oh, you want me to like you because you're trying to magic it. I'll like you if I like you. Immune to charms.
Indeed.
why did you just pick elf? Lamau.
Because I'm immune to charms, not resistant to charm.
Just pick elf, Lamau. Just
Well, as someone who had that resistant to charm thing going and still got whammied by a vampire, I'll take immunity. Thank you.
Nice.
be a
Shouldn't have
better
rolled
elf.
so low.
I rolled high and it didn't work.
I bet you're gonna feel real dumb when you're immune to charm, but then the barbarian, the paladin next to you isn't. It starts whamming on you.
Oh no, that's funny. If he's within 10 feet, he's immune too.
Or,
You know, now that I think about it, when I was fighting a vampire and I got charm, I don't think I re-rolled. I don't think I rolled with advantage.
You don't.
well,
Because you're a
you're
reborn.
Mm-mm.
You're a reborn.
We traded that wood elf trait.
No, you traded your ability to eat?
To eat, to have my wood elf traits back.
No, I think it was something else.
But you traded the ability to eat.
My lack of ability to eat.
yeah, I think as reborn you don't have to like eat, drink, or breathe.
Don't gotta
Calories
eat,
get.
drink.
I don't
think
believe
sleep.
we
I
gave
don't
you
remember.
Fey ancestry back. I think we gave you something else
we
back.
did. I
Gut
thought we gave
obtained.
him our wood elf stuff.
Oh,
That's why I never did the rebirth thing.
What?
That's why I declined the rebirth thing, because I already had that.
Reaper here.
Maybe.
The charm thing is nice because, typically in melee it'll be Silril and Alaric. But the big problem is Morana, who's going to get charmed at the back and then just come up and shank any of us.
Correct.
That
Speaking
is a
of
problem.
Mirana, what's your favorite ability?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, right now playing Phantom, I think what's kind of been cool RP wise is the Whispers of the Dead, kind of being able to well, I talk to dead people now. What's gonna be cool is later on, once I'm able to more readily use my whales from the grave, because I get little tokens of the departed. Once things die within 30 feet of me, I get a little trinket that appears in my hand from the deceased. And it gives me a bunch of ability, including the ability to destroy one and use more whales from the grave.
Back.
Can that ability be used on anyone who's died, or does that be
Anyone,
recent?
just a
Oh.
creature.
Oh, a creature. Wait.
A creature I can see in 30 feet of me. Yes, that can include the party.
No, I mean the talking to the dead.
Oh, talking to the dead? Good question. We'll find out, I suppose. But yeah, the thing just says, echoes of those who died cling to you. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can choose a proficiency as a ghostly presence shares its knowledge with you.
Which is what she's slowly been learning through roleplay, which was Lord Hain first, then the
So it has to be
Malgrove
someone who
Hunter.
imparts their knowledge on them?
Yeah, I basically can change a proficiency once per short rest or long rest. It's like, oh, I need to know this. Humana,
Yep.
humana, humana. Cool, my ghost friend says this.
So if you went to somebody, or if someone came to you and was like, could you talk to this ghost, you could or couldn't do that?
Well, that's kind of what Mirana's trying to discover in RP. She was kind of able to coax that a little bit with Amira's father, because she found that she kind of acts like a lantern among moths for these souls.
Correct. And who knows? That light might just attract all manner of things.
Yo, someone say light in here?
That was it, but that doesn't answer my question.
It's a solid maybe.
Got him. Hey, Alric. Hey, Kellen.
Kellen, what's your favorite ability and or spell?
It's hard with rangers. It's like everything's kind of just generally useful, right?
Just being in the great outdoors.
I mean, it's. I mean,
Survival check.
I mean, like if we were playing by like the rules of Natural Explorer, I essentially would never have to actually like roll to find food. I would just always have it, but that's not very like immersive. So, because you just be like, yeah, you always find food, and it's like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm on the side of a volcano, really? Okay, but yeah, it's not
Yeah,
very
you get
immersive.
beetles and shit.
Not
Rocks
really,
good eating.
yeah, not really immersive that way. But I don't know. I think like
You guys want some canned coal?
we were looking at as a possibility, I might be able to switch the subclass later. So if I get something like Gloomstalker, that'd be pretty sick because then you can do really interesting things.
Ain't you
As a human, you can see in the dark.
Yeah, that's one. But like you get the at 5th level, you can get the rope trick spell, which is pretty nice. Would solve a lot of our sleeping outdoor problems.
Ain't you a hunter at the moment?
Yeah, because for like low level hunter is really strong, and then like at 5th level and up, like Gloomstalker is really good.
Hunter's not bad. It's one of the kind of just steady bonuses.
Yeah, it's just very generic hunter ranger kind of class, but I mean you get more damage, which is essentially you just blowing shit up, which is pretty cool.
Alaric, what's your favorite ability or spell for your class?
Right now, at this instant, speak with animals, 100%. Throughout the class, at higher levels, I think I have aspirations. Should Alaric get there, because I've spoken to the DM about some stuff, who knows? If I get the chance to use commune with nature, I know a lot of really fun stuff can come out of that. This is spells that are available to paladins of the ancients. They get the I think the druidic spell pool up until level 5. Like 5th level spells, I think.
Neat.
If you don't know what commune with nature does, it essentially allows the character to interface with a long length of land. Like 4, 3, 2 miles, something like that. And you learn everything about it, and you speak with the local spirits and things like that. And I've always thought that's really cool. Especially because one of my favorite characters ever written is called Logan Ninefingers.
Oh yeah, First
Yeah.
Law trilogy.
And he has this awesome ability, which is like entirely unnecessary that he has it, but he does. Like out of all the things he does, to sit by a fire and spitting alcohol over a flame, he summons the local spirits and speaks to them. Just some asshole barbarian from nowhere, from no man's land, can do that. And they're super cryptic, and they never say anything of use to him, but they just give him company when he's alone and things like that. That has always drawn me towards that kind of RP, and at times, character.
I mean, his character didn't really need anything special because he was already pretty fucking awesome on his own.
He was a badass.
But I liked how real he was. Like he gets his reputation as like this killer of men. Like, oh,
Nope.
he defeats like
Yep.
15 men in single combat, and he's like, no, I literally snuck into their camp and stabbed them in the neck while they slept. That's how I did that.
Yep.
We're like, what the hell? Like, yeah,
And
you can't fight 15 men. That's bullshit. That
it's
doesn't
amazing
happen.
because when you see Logan from the perspective of other characters, he's like this larger than life berserker. But when you're in his brain, he's shitting his pants like all the time. He's always afraid and hesitating.
You can tell that what's his nut, like George. I think it's George or something Abercrombie who wrote that series or something
Yes,
like
Joe.
that. Joe Abercrombie, like he took 100% like inspiration from like the Conan serials. Conan the Barbarian, everyone's always like larger than life guy, fucking just will fight you to a standstill. But like if you read the books, Conan was constantly afraid.
Yes.
He was always afraid for his life. He spent more time running away from shit than he did running to shit.
What do you mean he was
definitely
afraid
drew-
of climbing the Tower of the Elephant?
Like he was terrified of anything that had to do with magic.
He definitely drew inspiration from Hawaiian Age, 100%.
Yeah.
But I love Logan. In fact, the first trilogy of that whole setting has only good characters.
I didn't know there was another trilogy.
Yeah. Fuck, what's it called again?
All the characters are fucking assholes. That's the thing too about the first one. Like there's no good guys.
Yeah, the first trilogy was like the blade itself, right? Before they're
Yeah.
hanged. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
But like,
then you,
like Glockner was a total piece of shit, but he ends up
Yes.
being like probably the best of them in the end.
he was.
Like just this guy who's like the literal fucking scumbag, and he's just like, yeah, but at the end of it, I'm probably the best that there is, and that's just sad because he's such a fucking asshole.
Guys,
What?
Well,
say goodbye to chat.
Why? Where
Bye
are
to
they going?
chat.
where are you going, chat?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Bye, chat.
You can't leave chat. Stop saying about chat.
All right, goodbye, chat. You fuckers.
Good morning, chat. Good morning.
Don't say good morning.
All right. I'll be back. Hey. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the players and myself. I know I say that all the time, but I do mean it. I appreciate it. Seeing all of you guys out here talking with each other, sort of just being here, your presence, even if you're lurking, I appreciate it. So, Taima, thank you very much for the 6-month resub. Thank you for sticking around as long as you have. And Guido, thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs. And also for your earlier donation as well towards the emotes. That's very kind of you. Nothing too crazy tonight. I hope you guys have a good night. I hope you guys take care wherever you are. And I look forward to seeing you this Sunday over on Momo's channel. If you guys enjoyed this D&D, if you guys enjoyed my DMing or enjoyed Momo or some of the other players, we play over on Momo's channel every Sunday for the Secrets of Virus. It's another campaign that takes place in the world of Aegis. I hope you all have a good night. Wait, no, I'm lurking here. I hope you guys have a good night. I hope you guys enjoy yourselves and you take care. And don't forget, hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. and hope you all stay safe. Good night. Oh, Jesus, I just saw that. Zykura, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. I'm supposed to be setting up ads. God dang it. The stream's over. Have a good night.